prestigious awards for its notable books. Mr. Ashish Kumar, Managing Director, Verbio, ex-Indian Navy officer, Vice Chairperson of CBG Producers Forum, and member of CIA National Committee on Bioenergy. Ashish Kumar is a sustainability advocate with a focus on green energy and circularity. Ms. Anuja Kardian, Chair FICCI Task Force on Sustainable Agriculture and Government and Industry Affairs Director, Asia Pacific, Corteva Agri-Science. With 18 plus years in corporate strategy and government affairs, Anuja champions science-based solutions for food security, biodiversity, and climate change at Corteva Agri-Science. Mr. Abhijit Sharma, Global Lead BASF. Based in Germany, Abhijit drives sustainability with BASF, recognized for projects in tomato growers and blockchain solutions for traceable regenerative farming. Mr. Rajveer Singh Rathi, Director Public Affairs, Science and Sustainability South Asia, Bayer Crop Science Division. A gold medalist with 25 plus years in agri-input, Rajveer holds various key positions in several committees. Ms. Vaishali Chopra, with 2 decades in agribusiness, Vaishali heads Public Affairs and Communications at Yara India, navigating farming complexities, focusing on sustainability across supply chain. Mr. Amit Maheshwari, Tech for Impact Advocate, Amit heads Business Development at Netafim, driving smart and precision irrigation for water conservation in agriculture. Last, Mr. Yogesh Dwivedi, CEO of Madhya Bharat Consortium. He brings over 22 years of experience promoting sustainable agriculture and participatory research with a global representation in RTRS. Welcome, everyone. Before I hand over, may I request our session chair to present plants to all speakers as a token of appreciation, symbolizing our commitment to sustainability and growth in agriculture. These plants embody our collective dedication to nurturing a sustainable future for agriculture. So they are yes, sir.
Fine. Yeah,
they are bringing plants
pardon?
At the end. Okay. So you can take over. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so it's a pleasure for me to moderate this opening session. It's on, the topic is very interesting. It's on future-proofing agriculture, collaborating to accelerate sustainability. So we have a very, good panel of speakers lined up here. 7 speakers. I think 5 of them are in the input business. I think Corteva, Yara, Bayer, BASF, and Netafim. And we have one company which is in the business of converting agro residue into energy, or as they call it, waste to wealth. Verbio, and one representing farmer producer organization. Okay, so these are all guys with really boots on the ground, and they're real stakeholders without which we can't really future-proof agriculture or make it sustainable. So I think the plan which I have is I'll ask each of the speakers to maybe speak for about 5-7 minutes, and then we'll have a second round. So I'll start off with Corteva. Anuja Kardian, please.
Certainly. Thanks, Harish.
Keep it to 5 to 6 minutes,
Sure. So what I'll do is I'll quickly touch upon Corteva, how sustainability is important to us. So for many of you would know, Corteva was formerly the agri division of Dow DuPont. We are a Fortune 500 company based headquartered in US. This year, we are also celebrating 50 years of our presence in the country. Our president of our seed business was in India earlier to talk about it. We have 1,400 employees, 3 production and manufacturing sites, 8 R&D centers, and 14 suppliers that supply to approximately 20 countries, making India our second largest export base. And we have a very expanding R&D footprint in the country. When we talk about sustainability, it is at the core of whatever we do. Product sustainability is paramount to us. What this means is that we have set ourselves a very ambitious target. that by 2025, we will only proceed with the products that have one noted improvement in one of the SDG goals or the product to footprint rule. So what this means is that we will go ahead and introduce products like Rinscor, which is a rice herbicide, which is used 0.67% of a conventional molecule. Similarly, Reclamil, which is a nematicide, is used almost 2% of the conventional chemistry. The GHG emission and the rates of which will significantly come down. So this is from the technical footprint or the environmental sustainability. When we talk about the social sustainability, we divide it into various different categories. So if I talk about it, we can divide it into 4 categories. So first and foremost, it is at the grassroots level, where we work with approximately 30,000 farmers, out of which 12,000 farmers are the women farmers. Here we work with them to reduce the GHG emissions, manual drudgery, improving soil health, or with an overall increase of approximately 10% of the farmer income. The next level comes is partnership for behavior change. So these are our partnerships with the like of Water Resource Group, where we are focusing on converting around 40,000 acres of rice to DSR in UP with a 30% reduction in water consumption, to name few benefits. Then there are ag equity and the collaborations associated with it. So these are our strategic partnerships with CIMMET, IRRI, Gates Foundation, USAID, etc. So we work with them to offer our R&D licenses for CRISPR-Cas9 platform. We support the PM Fellowship for Doctoral Research. We have our partnership with Bunge and Chevron for the low carbon profile oils, etc. A very, very forward-looking view of what we want to do or where the world is moving to. And last but not the least is going to be on the recognition side. So we have our Climate Positive Leaders program, through which we recognize early adopters of best practices in agriculture. And this year, for the first time, we introduced the program in India, and I'm really glad to share that we received a lot of nominations, and we finally selected one farmer from Tamil Nadu for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Anuja. I'll next have Vaishali to speak on, and it'll be nice if all the speakers talk on collaboration. I mean, apart from collaborating with Gates Foundation and CIMMET, how you can talk to each other. I mean, the seed company with the crop nutrition with the breeder, that kind of a thing. So, Vaishali, over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Harish. What we feel, soil we feel is at the center of when we talk about sustainability or regenerative. Soil is at the center of it. And I had few slides. The slide could be put up. Yes, please. So no, I will take it up. So if we look at what we are listening from across the globe, that almost 90% of the topsoil is at risk by 2050, and then that's where the need is, that we need to tackle it and look at from a perspective so that we are able to make a difference and actually help the overall farm inputs and farmers at large. I will talk only from a perspective of a crop nutrient company, and what is that a crop nutrient company needs to focus on so that there's maximum impact on sustainability, and also what are the kind of collaborations on ground which are needed for that. So first and foremost, increasing the nutrient use efficiency is something which is at the core of it, because nutrient use efficiency, if you increase it, that's the fastest pathway to increase the yields and also reduce the environmental impact. And if you look at what it means, what is nutrient use efficiency to you and me? It means when we have optimum uptake of nutrients from the soil, so that a targeted yield is reached, and during the process there's no negative impact on the soil. So which means that the soil is neither depleted nor it has residual or oversaturated by that nutrient, and then that would have a direct impact on carbon emissions, on the carbon footprint of the overall crop, and it will also have a direct impact on enhancing yields and the economies of farmer, and also impact on resource use. So water use efficiency also goes up if the nutrient use efficiency is right. So starting from there, there are a lot of institutions, research firms which now acknowledge that nutrient use efficiency is one of the important factors which needs to be studied if we want to just move from the conventional agriculture to a regenerative agriculture. So that's how important it is, and needs to be tackled. So that's the first thing. The second would be, we do talk about direct emissions. So every company in the world as of now is looking at reducing the direct emissions. But to be very frank, even for Yara, if I talk about, it has it has almost reduced the direct emissions by 50%. But because it has a catalyst system of producing nitrate fertilizers, and any fertilizer which has that nitrate fertilizer in it would have a 40% lower carbon footprint. But that is the first step of it. But 78% of Yara's carbon footprint is because of scope 3, which is actual emissions on the field. And that's what needs to be tackled for all of us. So there is a need that we are looking at scope 3, and that's an area where no company can work alone, because farmer is not just using a fertilizer or a seed or a chemical. It's a bouquet of everything which comes together, and that's where value chain partners need to collaborate and come together, so that, and to be very frank, farmers at the moment don't have a incentive. So in terms of economics, they are not incentivized to use practices which would have a lower environmental impact. And that's where companies, value chain partners need to come together so that we share the cost, the risk, and even the reward if it comes in. So having said that, we from Yara have collaborated with a lot of companies. Basically, no, it's mainly with the input companies, but some of the output companies as well, where we have some small pockets of success in, just to name a few. There's something which we are doing well, which is also working for the farmers with Bayer crop protection, and also their seed division, the Seminis. Netafim is also there as a partner, and that is something, overall it's working well for the farmers, and it's actually giving them some good results. There's another project which is being run in Punjab on maize, and there we are looking at silage maize. What we're doing, so the practice is that the first step is to look at soil, analyze the soil, and look at what is missing in soil and what is in excess. Based on that, there's a crop plan which is prepared, and the crop plan is very specific to the end use of the crop. So if it is for silage, then the crop plan will be different. If it is for seed, it will be different. If it's for the corn cob, then it's different. So, and in most of the cases, we have seen that the fertilizer usage or dosage decreases when we are preparing a crop plan, and that's where the efficiencies come in. So there we are also working with Bayer. There's also end use industry which is involved, and that is for silage. We have seen good results on improving the milk quality of dairy when you're using that particular silage. And similarly on wheat specifically, the protein content goes up if you're using the right kind of nutrient. So those are the kind of interventions we are focusing on. And one last point which I like to make is, there's a very fresh project which we have started, and that's also in collaboration with a partner, Harvest Plus, where we are looking at, so they are looking at providing midday meals. They are partners for that. And there, at a very small pilot scale, we have started working with them on enhancing the zinc content in the wheat they are producing by use of some of the nutrients. They also bring in some biofortified seeds. But what we are seeing is that the end product is having a higher percentage of zinc, which is something which was a requirement for the children who were using the wheat. Yes, that's right. So that's something which we, once it's successful, we'll like to have more such collaborations, also spread it across more geographies. And but yeah, it's something which has to be more on collaboration based, so that different people come together with the same thinking and work on it.
Thanks, Vaishali. I think you've spoken on nutrient use efficiency. I think we can speak next on water use efficiency. Amit from NetFM. Uh, uh, Especially, I mean, I think she made mention of the fact, about pricing, right? I mean, about the fact that how do you incentivize farmers to use less, to improve nutrient use efficiency. Same thing like you have free water, etc., right? I mean, so how do you improve? So if you can
Yeah.
talk on this. Thanks.
So thanks, Harish, and I think good morning to all of you. Before I start the discussion, let me just give you a brief about NetFM. So NetFM is a global leader in precision irrigation. We do a lot of research and development on water delivery directly to the roots of plant, and based on that, we manufacture and distribute irrigation products like drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation. Apart from that, NetFM is a part of a business conglomerate called Orbia, which is working with the purpose of advancing the life. So we work on water infrastructure, we work on food infrastructure, of course, through NetFM. We work on data connectivity, and then I think Orbia as a group has committed more than $300 million for climate change and sustainability. So they invest in deep tech startups which are solving the problems of climate change in agriculture, beyond agriculture. So this is what we do as a group. I think this is just I strongly believe that companies which are dealing with people, they have a responsibility of acting responsibly, right? And uh, the good part is that the companies which are working in the area of agriculture, I mean, whatever we do, it create an impact. So I think for us, it is about getting more responsible and not responsible. So this is where I think partnerships come in. And I'm glad to see that I have friends from Yara and Bayer. So where there's this collaborative initiative called Better Life Farming, which is primarily being started by Bayer Crop Science, and then NetFM and IFC joined them as global partner, and then in India we have Yara as well. So if you talk about future proofing agriculture in India, you can't ignore marginal farmers, right? 80% of us are small and marginal farmers, right? And that's where I think Better Life Farming Initiative, BLF, it hits the country, that it goes to those areas which has been unserved for last 100 years. I mean, it's tough, but we are making it happen. So these are the areas where farmers were still struggling with quality ag input products, right? Good quality seeds. Most of the time, they are being cheated with adulterated product. A lot of infiltration of unlicensed product, and I think that's the task that this collaboration has taken up to take quality products, to take responsible products to these small and marginal farmers, be it Bayer product, be it Yara, be it Netafim. And I think it's a holistic approach. If you look at this entire collaborative initiative, you see how Bayer is bringing its expertise around seeds and other crop protection products. Then we have Yara in this initiative, which is bringing the water soluble fertilizers, and then we have Netafim, which is actually making that fertilizer delivered directly to the root of the plant. And as I say, it's tough because for more than 100 years these farmers have been following some practices and it has worked for them. Yes, it may not have uplifted them out of poverty, but it has worked for them. So it is not easy to break those myths, and I think that's where collaborations become very important, because when a Netafim representative goes to a small and marginal farmer and when he or she says that, look, take this irrigation, it is best, they might think, come on, let's be real, you are here to sell your product, right? But when a Yara agronomist says that, you look, if you want the best results of my water soluble fertilizer, you have to deliver it through drip irrigation. I think that's where the impact becomes real, right? That's where the farmer realize the value of other products. So I think this is the collaborative approach. where it is, I think sales is just an outcome where you are delivering that product to the farmer. It is all about breaking the myths, changing the way they have been doing the farming for more than 100 years, and then delivering the results. And I think once you make this possible, so there's a lot of hard work that goes on ground. There are a lot of demos, small demo plots. So like I'll take an example of Odisha, where we are doing demo plots of quarter acre, right? I mean, that's the reality of India. That's the true farmer of India. So quarter acre demo plots, then bringing 50 farmers, 100 farmers in those demo plots, showing them what is the impact, and not just impact of having a good quality seed, or not just impact of having a drip irrigation, but a holistic impact of everything, and why each function of this entire agri input value chain is important for farmer. Why do you need quality in every aspect? So that's how we are in a very collaborative style, trying to future proofing the agriculture. Because see, I think there are two parts of agriculture future proofing. One is uh, where you grow the food, and second is where you put the food. You can't control the second one, right? Unfortunately, people sitting on this stage can't do that. So I think the best we can do is future proof the supply side, and yeah, in a collaborative way, because it's a elephant, and alone, while we all know that all the companies which are present here in isolation, they do good work and they try to do best. But I think in order to move this elephant, such collaborations are required. Yeah, so I guess that's what I would say.
Thanks, Amit. I think you spoke about that better life farming, and also I think your analogy of the elephant, I think, was very interesting. Next, we have Abhijit Sharma from BASF, please.
Thank you, Harish. So I represent BASF, and we are into crop protection, seeds, digitalization of farming, and recently we've been thinking about having India as one of the strategic countries to be, one of the focus areas here. And we consider farming as the biggest job and one of the most complex jobs on the planet. And why it makes most complex is because, we've already talked about how complex the inputs are, what Shali you mentioned. And, the attribution of what farmer is using as inputs, and is he getting those results? Is he being sustainable? And sustainability is an effort. And sustainability is an effort. Sustainability takes more effort than usual farming practices. And we believe that, if you really have to fix problems at the farming level, that means way bigger an issue, because it's not only about at the farmers at the individual level, it's also about the planet. It's also about so many things that goes around it. And they are the only ones who can fix it. They are the closest to the planet. So how do you do that? How do you make sure that farmers get rightly rewarded for their sustainable practices? If they have used sustainable practices in one of their seasons, would they get additional incentives? And we have been trying to experiment this thought in different geographies, with different systems, with field management systems that we have. We've got a market leadership in those areas in some senses, but we cannot say that we've fully solved the problem of sustainability, not even like 10% of it. So what we are here today is that as a big player, big company, we also see that our responsibility expands not only just with the farmer, but the entire value chain. And when we talk about the entire value chain, it's all horizontal and vertical value chain. So we are talking about not only scope 1, scope 3 emissions, indirect emissions, and indirect, the carbon problems that we are having. So on that front, I've got an example here today to talk about, and that is a video. And I think we should straight away jump to the video and show you something that is working. And we think that we can expand it in the next set of digitalization that we see.
Have you ever thought about how the clothes you love get made? Imagine if you could know exactly where the clothes were made and meet the people who helped make them. It all begins with a seed, not just any seed, but FiberMax seeds. that tell the story of dedicated Greek cotton farmers that work to ensure the garments you love are made responsibly and sustainably. Now you can follow the journey of FiberMax seeds with the seed to sow concept. Thanks to new digital technologies that track their every move, offering an entirely new level of transparency and traceability. From the hands where it began through to the garments you love. And you are wondering, how can BASF make this happen? At BASF, we use innovative digital technologies to drive sustainability. We often hear of blockchain and cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. However, BASF is using blockchain for much more than just a cryptocurrency. Unlike the traditional method in which data is stored on centralized servers, blockchain is a decentralized system, which means that everyone on the network must approve and save any changes to the digital record. As we'll explain, blockchain isn't just a buzzword, but a technology which we are using in ways never seen before to enable sustainability in our customers' complex value chains. As materials move through our cotton value chain, from their raw material form through processing and into final garments, we are using blockchain in a few ways. The first allows for full traceability of the material, almost like a digital or green passport for where the material has traveled, when it went through a location, who processed it, and what changes did it undergo along the way. Secondly, we are able to capture sustainability attributes such as worker conditions, safety, water consumption, irrigation, and many other best agricultural practices, ensuring adhesion to environmental, social, and governance standards, ultimately allowing our customers to make educated purchasing decisions. Finally, by capturing the value.
Yes, so basically, the video is talking about converging everything so that the end consumer who's buying that retail produce from the farmer is able to see what happened and what he's paying for and the entire transparency. We picked up the cotton value chain because this is one of the most complex value chains, and in Greece because this represents both first world and third world countries. It's like kind of a cusp of both sides, and that becomes that gives us challenges and opportunities. And right now we are here to talk about many different areas within different geographies to expand this kind of service and bring in the traceability so that we can fix the trust gap.
Thanks a lot, Vijit. The blockchain concept in bringing it in agro produce is very interesting. Can we have Rajiv Rathi? Yeah, please. From Bio? Yeah.
Thanks, Harishji, and good afternoon, everyone. And Harishji talked about collaboration. So I think the first sign of collaboration is you can see the people sitting on dais, they're focusing on their core competencies, but they're also collaborating because everyone has realized that, standalone, it's difficult to solve a lot of challenges. So it's best ways to how we collaborate. Harishji, I'll just speak 5 to 7 minutes just into 3 parts. So one is just, brief snippet about Bayer. It's more than 160 years globally focusing on agriculture and healthcare, which is there. Coming back to India, it's more than 26 years. It started in 1896 with various divisions, but today we have agriculture, which focuses on crop protection, seed solutions, digital, and the collaboration way. I'll just spell out few initiatives and the large number of farmers we touch base on that. And coming back to what our India presence is, it strongly coincide with Make in India Atmanirbhar, because we have more than 7 processing and production plants, and they produce for India and also for the world. And then we have more than 4 breeding and R&D sites focusing on the new seeds genetics, especially focusing on rice and corn, and of course the vegetables. And then we have the several center of excellence over there. For Bayer, if I can call out, like, the sustainability is just not a corporate, kind of a statement. Like, it is an essential component of corporate strategy, our business operations, and our corporate value, which focuses on three key pillars. So, one is that how we be part of inclusive growth and adding value to the society in a collaboration manner. I think Amit has done my job easy explaining what BLF is all about. And that's not something an experiment. So we have today more than 2,000 BLF centers, more than 1,800 in India and more than 250 in Bangladesh, so just covering the South Asia geography. The second is how we reduce our ecological footprint. I think that's really important. Previous speakers, they had also talked about future proofing and how we make it more sustainable, focusing around reducing emissions, efficient water usage, and how we change the agronomic practices. So I'll just cite an example later on. And third is the most important is responsible business practices across the value chain, right from end to end over there. If I can come specific to, the few, you talked about the collaborations, and if I can call out, today, through our services, individual and collaboration way, we are reaching more than 25 million smallholder farmers in India. We have, 45 million households which has an access to our healthcare and farm and the consumer care health products. We have, if look at the collaboration specifically, we are collaborating with more than 3,000 FPO, and we collaborate with him also. Probably he might talk later that, and in different form, some are in the production, some are in the services, some are in the storage, some are in the processing, and so on and so forth. This is huge based on the where FPO is based over there. Coming back specific to one example, that's where we are just collaborating with people sitting on the dais and they're not in the room, especially one initiative which is there. It's not an initiative, it's already happening on the ground, what we call the direct acres, helping to ensure that, how rice production system can be made more efficient. It's the third largest crop. Importance cannot be ignored. More than half of the population depends for its nutrition, and 95%, 1/5 of the calorie comes from the rice. So you can look at how important this crop is. Same time, it consumes more than 40%, approximately 40% of the water which is being used in the irrigation facilities. That's the quantum of water it uses, and that's where we started this this project called direct seeding rice, helping farmers. And we started with some few thousand acres. Today we had third year we had gone more than 10,000 acres over there, especially focusing on the northern part of India. And it's basically focuses on that how we can make rice production hassle free, in terms of providing the right genetics, proper weed management, the crop health management. And I've seen in your article the factors of production and factors of technology. So it's cutting across both, starting with factors of production like water, labor, energy, and of course the land part of it. It's moving into the factors of the technology like seed, crop nutrition, which Vaishali has talked about, that the crop protection, and then there are companies including us, Corteva is there, BSF is there, working heavily over there. So, and then this is really, provided us a proof of concept and provided us that, yes, that's the way to go forward. Not just alone. So in this journey, we had, formal collaboration with the International Rice Research Institute. We have formal collaboration with CIMET in their project, what we call is Cereal System Initiative for South Asia, which is running for long. And then focusing on the geographies like UP, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, where we see a huge potential is there. Coupled with that, we had also initiated the project, what we call is the Rice Carbon Initiative. And this is more focusing on that how changing practices, either is direct seeding rice, which requires less water, reduces emission. And this program here in India focuses on the avoidance part of it, not the sequestration, which is more common in US. But in India, is that how you change the practice and how you reduce the emission over there. And then we are incentivizing the farmers who are adopting it. It's to the tune of close to 1,000 rupees per hectare. Approximately reduction of 1 to 2 metric ton of CO2 equivalence basis over there. So these are some of the examples, but there are a lot of collaborations which are just happening. And Amit has mentioned one BLF, so it's not just input companies, but there is a tie-up with the downstream also, the off-takers, like, because what farmer will do if he produces efficient unless he has the right price, and price and off-takers is being guaranteed over there. So it's just end-to-end kind of the solutions which we are trying. It's a journey. There are a lot of success which is there, and then the example of that is that how different companies being competing, but at the same time collaborating with one focus, that how in a short possible period of time we help solve farmers' problem, and then trying to that what changes can be done so that we can contribute from a convergence perspective all what we're talking about, the climate change, water efficiency, production system, and so on and so forth. So I'll take a pause over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. I think you spoke about direct seeding of rice. And I think till 5-7 years back, I think the Punjab farmer was being criticized for using too much of water, right? And I think the water thing has, I won't say it's been taken care of, but definitely the number of irrigations have come down overall, I think from say 30 to 20, thanks to number one, late transplanting. You cannot transplant before mid-June. And number two, I think this direct seeding is picking on. But now I'll come to this topic where the Punjab farmer is now being criticized for pollution, right? I mean, after I produce the rice, the paddy, the residue I'm burning. So now we have someone who's offering a solution, Ashish Kumar of Verbio. Maybe you can also explain what exactly your company is doing.
Right.
Many people won't know. Yeah.
Thanks, Harish. Good afternoon, all. Thanks to FICCI as well for inviting me here. I'm going to talk about a relatively new sector, which is compressed biogas. And before I get into that, a brief introduction about Verbio. Verbio is a global biofuel player. We basically make three products: biomethane, biodiesel, and bioethanol. Basically, layman terms, petrol, diesel, and CNG is what we make. And the interesting part is all of this is made from agri residue. We are a German company. We have set up our first production unit in India in the state of Punjab. I have a presentation which has a couple of pictures which will help you understand what exactly we do. I think I need to use this. Thanks. So, Verbio is a global leader when it comes to converting straw to biogas. Straw means we are agnostic to any kind of straw, be it paddy, wheat, mustard, maize, anything. We are converting that straw into biogas. So in the true sense, the circular economy is being implemented. We take the straw, it goes through a biological process of anaerobic digestion. That is where we get the biogas, raw methane, and there is going to be a fermented organic manure also coming out of the process. The gas gets purified to the levels of automotive or industrial demand, which means methane of more than 90% plus. And the manure finds its way back to the fields where the feedstock actually originally came from. So this is the supply chain in a very simplified nutshell what we are implementing right now. Just to give you a perspective about what size of market we are talking about here. In India, roughly we are talking about 200 million tons of surplus agri residue, and more than 80-90% of that gets burnt. Now that is where I think what Harish talked about, waste to wealth or waste to energy, that is the potential we are talking about here. This is the plant what we have. This is in the district Sangrur, which is actually the largest district of paddy. And the largest district of stubble burning also. Of course, these are linked. This is the plant which is spread over 20 acres. The plant is already operational since mid of last year. So we are already 18 months in operation. I'll just tell you a couple of things which might be of interest. This plant has a capacity of 33 tons of bio-CNG production per day. It can consume up to 120,000 tons of stubble, agri residue annually, and we produce about 700 to 750 tons of this fermented organic manure per day. This makes it the single largest source of fermented organic manure, of bio-CNG, as well as the single largest consumer of stubble in the country today. We are quite used to, this is a very sober picture actually. We are, I think Delhi especially is much used to seeing worse than this. But problem is Delhi has got a very short-lived memory. We talk about it around Diwali and we forget it before Christmas. So unfortunately, we just are in a habit of talking about it just for a period of 30 days and that's about it. Not only Delhi, but
Yeah, Ashish,
everybody.
if you had presented this 15 days back, there would have been people eating off your hands.
Yeah. So this is exactly what we are trying to solve. We are converting this stubble burning into, this is what we are doing. We are converting this stubble, we are implementing XC2 management, which basically means this complete stubble is collected by us. There are no intermediaries involved. This entire back-end supply chain is being owned, operated by us. We have invested into this. Not because that we want to do everything, it is just because there is no precedence in the market. We do not have aggregators or we do not have people who would have the capital to invest in these kind of machinery. So this is quite a capex heavy topic. This is how the whole supply chain looks like. So right from harvesting the the preparation of the field, which basically means we have to reduce the moisture because paddy being a very high moisture crop, and that is a no-go for the production process. We need as low moisture as possible. So there is a certain process which is needed to bring the moisture down, and then the entire collection mechanism is implemented. And that too, it is done over a period of, let's say, roughly about 20-30 days. So it's high stress during those 30 days. And the catch also is that from those 30 days, you have to create storage or inventory for the whole year. That's a huge bottleneck. So we have invested into the machinery as well as the storage infrastructure, which needs to serve this production unit. We talked about seed to, so in my jargon, I call it farm to feed. So we do everything to get that stubble from the farm to the time it is fed into the production process. So the stubble is not getting burnt, it is protected, it is taken care the way you see it on your slides at the moment, because we have two culprits to deal with, that is fire and water. So it needs to be taken care of, otherwise it's of no use. The other part which is interesting is out of the production process, we get the manure also, right? And this is after, and it needs to be aerated and because to reduce the microbial activity. And after that, it is again ready to go back to the same farms from where the stubble came from. Now, this product has been recently also introduced as part of the FCO. It is rich in carbon, which is very deficient in our soils. We did talk about soil health over here. So I'll be really happy to have any kind of collaborative discussions because collaborations have not happened in this sector yet. This is a very new space we are talking about here. But this is how we are doing everything on our own at the moment. So we are doing the bulk dispersal of this FOM also with the farmers together. There are certain ways to, typically there is a manual way, but we are also mechanizing this also, right? How to spread this manure back into the farms. And eventually, this is what we are making. We are making bio-CNG. So the raw methane, 45-50% gets purified. It's a Verbio's patented technology. We take the methane levels up to 90% plus, make it in line with these specifications, which makes it suitable for use in automotive, industrial, commercial applications. It replaces CNG, it replaces LPG. To give you an impact of what this one project means, it can take care of 50,000 acres of stubble burning annually. This means 120,000 tons of straw consumption, about 11,000 tons of gas production, which also means import substitution. This means 260,000 tons of manure production per year. And of course, we did talk about carbon credits and the kind of CO2 emission reduction we have. So as per our assessment, we are talking about roughly 250,000 tons of carbon dioxide CO2 emission reduction over here. And yes, there are social impacts, positive ones in terms of employment generation as well in the vicinity. So for us, this is sustainable agriculture in action, already implemented for the first time in India. Thank you.
This is fantastic, Ashish. I mean, we had a recent, you can see the, So, in fact, we had a recent interaction with Professor Ramesh Chand, Niti Aayog in our newspaper, and where he talked about how probably we will see a market for stubble developing, and it can happen precisely through, like, they have developed a market already for 50,000 acres, and I'm sure there is scope for increasing it further. And maybe even in the case of breeding, when say IRI or anybody breeds, you can also breed for better quality straw. Right now I am only breeding for grain. So maybe if there are, there could be some genes which also control, the straw quality, which will make it easier, to, I mean, both in terms of harvesting and also probably, processing. Maybe some way where it can be fermented faster. So I think these are all the interesting things which come. So even when you can tie up with breeding, with agro machinery, and this is precisely, but ultimately none of this is going to work unless the main person, the farmer, is going to adopt. You can come out with any innovation, but the beauty about agriculture is ultimately it's the farmers.
Harish, before we go there, just one statement I missed out mentioning over here.
We'll have a second round of this. Please.
Namaskar to everybody. I'm Yogesh Divedi, and I'm representing Federation of FPOs. Around 200 FPOs are the part of the federation, which is known as Madhya Bharat Consortium of Farmer Producers Company. And we are working in 48 districts of Madhya Pradesh and 11 districts of Chhattisgarh. So it is Madhya Bharat covering Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, both states. And currently around 1.76 lakhs farmers are the part of this network. And our main objective is just, we are working for the income enhancement of small farmers by, integrating with the value chain and the market financial services. We are also basically sustainability is the major concern for us also, particularly for the small farmers. If you see the how the cost of production, particularly the cost of the fertilizers, all agriculture input, either it is fossil fuels or fertilizers, everything is increasing, very fast. And our net return from the agriculture is a major concern, although government is working increasing the MSP, but it is still, if you see the how the agriculture input cost, increased in last 1 decade, so you'll find there is still a big gap. So our main, what we are doing under this, sustainability project, we got support, although this institution we have already started through our own resources in 2016-17. We are the part of a global network which is known as Round Table of Responsible Soya. So it is basically the Netherlands-based initiative, and they have around 137 countries are the part of that network. In fact, Bayer is also Bayer, Syngenta, they are also part of that network. So under that project, what we are doing actually, we are just trying to reduce the basically use of agrochemicals. And but in the agrochemicals, we are not saying that it's not a completely organic farming, but what we are promoting basically the integrated use of chemicals, particularly, and how our dependency from the external input can be reduced. So that we are working under that project. Basically, in this project, currently we are having around 10,000 farmers in this season, Rabi season. And if you see the geography, you can see it in the map actually. So we are working basically in the Bundelkhand region of Madhya Pradesh. It covers Sagar, Damoh, and Chhatarpur, Tikamgarh, Raisen districts of Madhya Pradesh. And under this project, we are basically promoting the good agriculture practices, basically the mixed cropping, intercropping, and use of biological control methods for the pest control. And in fact, by using of this integrated crop management practices, integrated nutrient soil health management practices, the cost of cultivation in last 4 seasons is also reduced up to 30%. In fact, Yes, this is for soybean particular. See the soybean, because in the wheat and other crop, it is the pesticide use is less actually. But in particular in soybean, this pesticide, use of pesticide is reduced up to 50%. Basically, mostly the farmers which were getting 4 dose of spray, now it is came down up to two spray. And in certain places, particularly in the Sagar, in several villages, farmers have stopped the use of chemicals, and we have that data in fact, and that this whole program, it is a certified program. Basically, Control Union is doing the certification. We have our own certification systems actually, and each and every farm field, it is already registered, and it is also now we are gone through the very rigid certification process. So, and another important factor that my friends, the previous speaker was, they were talking about that the most, problem is that the farmers, if they are promoting certain practices, actually, they're saying it's a good agriculture practices, that the incentive, some recognition actually, although the cost of, cultivations, that is also incentive for the, if it is reduced, and so it is also a kind of incentive for the farmers, but still they are looking for some incentives. So that is the issue, and we have tie up with the ITC, and that in fact Adani, we also for the soybean, we did agreement with them. They are so ready to purchase, and for the wheat we are having the collaboration with the Nestle actually at the advanced stage, and they're expecting they will buy something. They will also provide certain incentive to the farmers. But still, if you see the number of buyers, so particularly all the buyers are interested, but they are not, if we talk about the incentive, so that is a difficult for them actually. So that is the main hurdle actually, because in initial stage, it is also true that basically if you're following the base organic base, or natural agriculture practices, basically if you are leaving the chemicals, so some extent there are the instances where yields also affected. So but farmer is also now, they are gradually slowly they are understanding the danger, adverse effect of chemicals. So that we're teaching, we have the network of ground field staff, they are called in CRPs, and there are the ICS managers, so there are the staff. So there is also the cost of implementing such product, besides a knowledge based program actually. So you have to teach the farmers, you have to organize the farmers, field schools, and you have to teach the farmers what is the benefit of these practices, are how you can use it. So, but we are looking for the genuine buyers who can come forward and can take the produce. In fact, same time we are also collaborating with these certain agencies who are certifying this basically carbon credit, we're linking with the carbon credit program actually, and some organizations, they also came forward, like our 3 farmers actually, we sent their sample actually, and they did some analysis, and they report is saying they are eligible for the 30,000 from 15,000 to 30,000 incentives, because their soil kind lost it after using the 4 season. Their organic carbon is improved actually in those farmers, the farmers field. So but still it is a very preliminary stage, and but being a farmers organizations, our main concern how we can reduce the cost of cultivation, how our farmers can get better prices for their produce, if they're producing the quality produce, if they're producing uh, uh, zero chemical produce. So buyers should pay some incentives. We have several products in our hand, like we have the pulses, we have the rice, we have the black rice in basically. But if you see the buyer point of view, it is still market is not as not responsive as it is required basically. So we are facing, we have huge production actually, but the genuine buyers very less. If the buyers coming forward, they are looking for the produce in the same prices they are purchasing from any merchant. So that is a big challenges actually, how these for small farmers should be recognized for their work, their contribution for the environment, if you're following these good agriculture practices. So why they should not be incentivized. So we are implementing. In fact, we have the currently Samunti Foundation is supporting us actually for the implementation of this project. But we have the target to expand this program from 10,000 farmers to 1 lakh farmers in within 3 seasons. So we have huge target, and but same time we are looking for the genuine buyers who can produce, who can purchase the produce that will that will be produced by our farmers. So I'm hopeful in coming times some good buyers will come forward, so that our farmers will also get the recognition and the incentive for what they are doing in the ground level. Are also they are supporting for not only for their own agriculture but also the environment and for the other for the human beings. So thank you so much, and in fact I would like to have more discussion later on. Thank you.
Can I ask a question or
no? I think we'll because we have one more round of discussion.
So because questions are also important. So give us chance later.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
So we've had one round of this thing. So I think very sobering thoughts from Yogesh ji, and I think what he has mentioned about is how you have to, the farmer's cost of cultivation has to come, and that's what I think industry needs to do, especially the input industry. And of course, I mean, farmers need price, so input and price, I think, is the first thing. So what I'll do is I'll reverse the order a little bit. I think Ashish, you wanted to say something. So maybe, yeah, and then I'll come to others. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to make a comment to complete the narrative. The perception which at least we get to hear in the newspapers, especially during this stubble burning part, is I think it is not rightly represented over here, because what our experience is that the farmer is the last guy to actually go for burning. He is extremely cooperative when we go out with our machines to clear up the field. The problem is he doesn't have a solution right now. So one, there is no solution. Second, it's a high cost to clear the field. Today he has to spend roughly about 2,000 to 3,000 rupees per acre if he has to get his farm cleared, and he's not left with an option but to burn it off, because he has to sow wheat in the short period. So that is the only thing which I missed out. Yeah, that's it.
So if you have something else to add,
I'll wait for your questions.
Okay, no, because I think we are a little constrained for time.
Sure.
So so Vaishali, any comments based on?
No, I think the points which were made by Yogiji are actually very eye-opening. And here I want to just bring in one example, which was a very recent one. So, the right kind of collaboration and also the right kind of interventions could actually help the farmers change perspective and also earn better. So, recently there was something which was done in Rajasthan, which is a arid zone where you will have just very limited crops grown, and there was a intervention where some of the farmers, they took initiative, and they had some help from the horticulture department in terms of getting some seedlings of pomegranate, and with the right kind of nutrition and drip irrigation systems, they were able to produce it's actually something which I think you've also written a piece on it, and I would encourage that you go and have a look at it in the Indian Express. There it shows how farmers is being able to get to a level where he's now producing some 9,000 pomegranate fields, and that's in the middle of sand dunes, and he's getting very good rate. The kind of output he used to get was about 100 grams of fruit, but with the right nutrition and also the interventions on irrigation facility, he's getting about 300 grams of that fruit. The kind of output has increased, and so has the quality has increased. Yeah, and that's something which is encouraging other farmers to do it. So it's more about collaborating and having the right kind of collaborative approach for the output which is desired.
Sure, Harish. So just one thought around it. When we look at the future of collaboration, what I see is it's going to be in a very matrixed fashion. Either we can look at it from a crop perspective. How do we do it for, let's say, a millet or a wheat, rice, mustard, etc.? Or we can look at it from the geography perspective, given how many ecological zones we have in the country, and everywhere the requirement is going to be different. So I'll just share one example around millets. This year was the International Year of Millet, and we constituted a task force on millet with FICCI itself. This task force had that entire value chain from agri input side, that was us and other players, to the farmers and FPOs, to the buyers, to the chef and the food processing industry that was using it, and to the end consumer, how to better utilize it, and the health experts and their views around it. What we saw as part of that was the acceptability of millets increased manyfold. That was apart from the government's campaign as well, and the consistency in adoption or use or sowing of millets also increased. So probably in future we'll also have to.
Bajra?
Yes, Bajra. So as part of that, what we see is that in future we'll probably have to develop these similar kind of value chains across other crops. And we are trying to replicate something similar for mustard, given the huge import bill on the cooking oil and the prices and everything. And there we see it's not just about the yield. Our hybrids are around give us a yield which is 6% higher than the world average. Not the Indian average, the world average. But when a buyer is buying it, we also have to talk to them about the oil content, because that's where the actual money for the farmer comes, and that's where the farmer gets more benefit out of it. And this cannot be done in isolation only by us, but a lot of tech and the startups come into picture for this. These are for example, portable oil testing machines.
This is for mustard.
This is for mustard. We have done that in Haryana, where we actually saw it double the farmer's income. So can we also replicate these kind of very crop specific, crop plus ecological zone specific success stories? So this is just one part of it from the crop perspective. But given that agriculture is such a highly technical and regulated sector, what is also required is more and more of the deep tech R&D collaborations and acceptability of those technologies. How can we bring those technologies faster to the farmer? I don't want a case that we are doing something, getting the approvals, exporting from India to the rest of the world, but our own farmers don't have access to it. So how do we make sure that our regulatory system is also up to speed on that? Thirdly, that will also need is, and I'll just take one more minute, Harish. Thirdly, what will also be required is the skill development piece of it. We all know that the manufacturing or only agriculture doesn't give us that kind of multiplier effect for the GDP, economic value addition. Innovation economy does do that. So how do we attract more and more talent around it? So it could be at various levels, but to ensure that we continue to get those kind of passionate, value-driven, purpose-driven people into this sector, somewhere we also need to relook at the decriminalization of the sector. So if I'm going and selling something and there is that chance that I can get the criminal cases on me, it is only to a certain level that people will continue to come into the sector. We don't have that kind of workforce planning then done. So all these things need to be looked at holistically, and collaboration at all levels is required.
I think you brought up the regulatory environment. I think Rajviji, if you can talk more about, how do we get in new technologies? What should the government do to, create foster a regulatory environment which is conducive for innovations, and bringing down costs?
You see, that's the toughest question, and we had been working on various policy and regulatory measures, but the collaboration and holistic approach is missing. You have an approval, but what about the IP, respect for that? What about freedom to price as per the market forces? And there are several examples, I don't want to go that. But good part is the way things has evolved, like gene editing guidelines, it has been approved very fast. Like, let's also recognize and complement government based on that need. But now, through collaboration, what Anuja is saying is also required in the R&D, that how the products can reach the farmers level. Just two additional comments, like just referring what Yogesh is saying is, one, just to reiterate our own company stand and part of the industry associations. We do respect, recognize, and promote all forms of agriculture production. There is no second thought. Like you can visit our websites and everything, whether it's an organic, regenerative, natural, ecological, Vedic, whatever you call it, wherever it is being over there. But let's not forget the fundamental thing. If you look at the food production being needed, what's happening during COVID, post-COVID, conflicts are going on. If you look at every country is talking about how I can secure enough food in my backyard. That's really. And to make that happen, you need more technologies. And I do support your point on the pesticide you mentioned. It's really important. We also, as a company, as an industry, always promote judicious use of pesticides or agrochemicals. Like we have several individual training programs through CLI and through other platforms. Also, we always do it. Joydeep is here. You can check with him how much amount of resources, not just money, but how much amount of resources and time it goes into the education and awareness. Sell less chemicals, sell more seed. So it's. I'll come to that on that. I think someone talked about the higher cost of inputs. I think we ourselves need to be educated and also need to educate the farmer. The world has moved from it's not the cost. Look at the ROI. Whether you want to spend 2 rupees and get 3 rupees, or you want to spend 5 rupees and get 15 rupees, choice is yours. So I think it's more of return on investment. Like FPOs are example. Like you might have seen initially, input cost might be higher, but if you look at in terms of the quality and other associated parameters, right, that has happened. The last point is on the residue side of it. We know that it was a huge problem, table grape export from Maharashtra. And that's where we worked in a collaboration manner with the government, with the grape producers and everything. And today, table grape is being exported, complying with all residue, not just abroad, but for the domestic consumers as well. And I agree, we need to focus more now on the regulatory and policy side of it if we want our farmers to have a better access to the modern tools and technology which are available elsewhere. Would you like to add?
Yes, and I'm a technologist, and I really like these problems because the fact that one of the things that I saw first when I moved to BSF, I was never into agriculture before, was that the technology focus was so less in the world of agriculture. And right now what is needed is that we need to really imagine a world, a bearing point out there, out in space, to see that how would that world look like. Every farmer pretty much has access to WhatsApp, Facebook, social media, mobile phone, data streams. Yeah. Why can't we use this in a much more meaningful way? As you said, that there's so much data is already being collected. We see these maps. We see the activity of the farmer. These activities can be inputted at a very scalable way through these mediums into systems which can further be connected and create a kind of a collaborative environment where farmer doesn't have to do more complex paperwork, has a history, has a passport, and ultimately we as consumers, when we go to get up in the morning and buy that coffee, buy that rice, buy that t-shirt, we are able to see everything that is happening inside it. And once that transparency is there, then things become very logical. Where is it exactly that we need to focus? And why I have to pay something extra? What we realize that that we are about to produce 6 million t-shirts, and now these big brands are coming to us and saying, I want these farmers to do regenerative and I'm ready to pay more. So that is a pressure that is coming from the retail end down to the farmer. And for farmer, the beauty of this thing is this, that this is just the beginning. We are not talking yet about aggregation of carbon and opening that into carbon secondary markets. If you really think about the current carbon market, 65% is non-traceable. It's a derivative of a derivative of a derivative. Yeah. So this is really going to open up a huge opportunity, subsidies coming in. And how do we link a small common farmer to these systems? I think he has a device, and I would strongly say that, focus on that and create a collaborative environment between all of us to really, have that as transparent as possible.
Amit, your closing comments?
I think collaboration is the key here. We spoke about two crops, rice and cotton, in this session. And I'll tell you, if you do drip in DSR rice, your methane emission gets cut down by 97%. Your water consumption gets cut down by 70%. But can Netafim or drip irrigation industry do it alone? The answer is no. I mean, the seed companies, the development organization, they have to come together. Right. Second is, I think we spoke about cotton. I think as India gets more and more prosper, we will not have labor. And when we talk about labor, I think in cotton, most of the time, it is the women and the children of the home which gets involved in drudgery. So I think we'll have to move to high density cotton plantation, right? And that's where I think mechanization companies, seed companies, Netafim, and again the development organization, they will have to come together. They will have to create a scale of at least 100,000 hectares, and then yes, we can go back and we can make it our day-to-day business. So yeah, I think the collaboration is key.
Thanks, Amit. I think last word to the farmer.
Yeah, in fact, I would like to become a little selfish here, particularly for our farmers and our FPOs who are working with us. Actually, buyer is actually no doubt. In fact, I'm not saying this is because he's sitting, behind beside me, but they came forward. In fact, and we are in touch with several FPOs are already, they've in fact last year they were organized sustainable global program in their head office Germany. But if you talk the BSF and particularly Metafame and Yara, in fact, Pravesh Sharma sir actually he was trying to link FPOs with the Yara, but it is not yet done. So why this forum actually I'm requesting BSF particularly because your door is not open. We don't have access to reach these big MNCs. They have their set of their distributor, their dealer, and they are not yet open their door for the people like us actually because we don't have much capital. We are not able to meet their advanced booking systems, but you have to have some spaces, create some space so that what I'm saying, the cost of basically these inputs, if you are coming through different your supply chain, long chain actually, so it is really become costly for the farmers and for the FPOs. So just give some support, 5%, 10%, that policy, that buyer is they started their better life initiative kind of things actually. So you must start, because if MNC will not allow to reach them directly, so how this because there are different people are sitting there, and that margin is sharing between. So that's I'm requesting here to particularly because you are here, and in fact our last research that is said actually we're looking for the genuine buyer who are really interested for not only for the certificates, but they are looking for their quality produce, and we are ready to our produce should be tested at the laboratory and see the residual effect. But surely our farmer, end of the day, farmers should get some incentive for that, because what we are using this currently the digital fed farm, we are every day we are getting 10 kg 20 kg kind of assignment every day we are getting from particularly South region, Bangalore, but it is not enough actually if you are handling the big network. So we are looking for the big buyers kind of thing. So only I would like to say here, we are looking for the support from these people, the MNCs, for the agri input supply, and for the other buyers. Thank you.
Wonderful, Yogeshi. I think we are living in very interesting times and a lot of disruptions in technology. I mean, 5 years back, I don't think nobody was talking about biofuel. We were talking of ethanol from sugarcane, from sugarcane molasses and, from those kind of, but nobody was talking about, from straw, from paddy straw. I mean, I think those kind of, scale, 50,000 acres we are talking of, I mean, someone putting 200 crore, nobody can think of. So I think we are going to have major disruptions, blockchain, traceability, and all these things, and plus farmers, and information. Like there's one farmers YouTube channel which has 6 million subscribers. I mean, he's bigger than, forget about Indian Express, but he was bigger than even say a Dainik Jagran or a Bhaskar or somebody. So today the farmers are also educated. They are very aware. They know what this thing is. Wo purana wala wo farmer nahi raha. So I think we have some time. Do we have some time? It's 1:05. So 10 minutes. I think we started late, right? I mean, I managed to finish it within 1 hour. Yeah. So I think maybe we have time for about 2 questions. Sir, please.
I have two small questions, very small question. The first one is about this biofuel. Since a lot of investment has been made in that enterprise, so my question is have you achieved break even? That is one. The second question is that a lot of efforts are being done to improve the quality of inputs and make the land sustainable. What efforts are being made to make the farmer sustainable? Because as Mr. Amit pointed out, that 80% of the farmers are marginal farmer with very small land only, and they may be reducing their input costs marginally. But are there any efforts to train them to have simultaneous multiple crops to increase their yield, their income? That's my two questions. Thank you.
And would you want to take the second question? Yeah, please. Yeah. So I think we'll start with
the answer is no. It's 1 year old. So the break even to get in a project like this, break even in 1 year will not work. I'll just elaborate on this. The CBG business case relies on 3 revenue streams. One is the sale of gas, which we are currently doing. We are selling it to the OMCs, the oil and marketing companies like Indian Oil and GAIL. The second revenue stream comes from the sale of the fermented organic manure, which is just the legislation for that has just been introduced, right? The third, which is not existing today, is the carbon credits. Now, that is also something which will be introduced by next year, right? Today, we have two markets. One is the voluntary carbon credit market, which is already existing, but a sector like this does not rely on the voluntary carbon credit market. For this, we need a compliance-based market, which is at the moment non-existent in India.
Very good. I think it will ultimately become sustainable.
Yes.
So exactly on that, and if you look at the trend which we have observed collectively with the support of the government. So 3 things. One is what? Collectivization, right? Where the FPOs and other thing. Second important is digitalization, that how quick and faster you can provide information to the door of the farmer. Third, most important is mechanization, right? So these 3 things, like, in some of the areas we have seen it, and it is really make farming sustainable where it started. It's a long way to go. Specific example, BLF, like a small and marginal farmer, how many shop or how many places you need to visit for what? Seed, crop nutrition, crop protection, for harvesting, for other financial need. And that's where the BLF is one center where he goes and he addresses all his needs, not just agriculture, but we have tie up with Axis Bank to meet his financial need as well. It's a long journey, but I think that's the way to go, to focus more on collectivization, digitalization, and mechanization.
Sir, regarding the amount of water used in paddy for irrigation of paddy, has there in anywhere in case studies in India, the consumption of water for paddy irrigation, has it really come down? Is it really at grassroots level? Has it this target really been achieved somewhere?
does direct seeding save? Yeah.
It's approximately 30% decrease in water consumption in our DSR plots close to 10,000 acres.
Can any documentation on that can that be shared?
Yes, as I said, we are collaborating with ERI and other KVKs and other thing. It will be, third party certified data, because it requires less irrigation, because you don't need to irrigate for puddling and standing water because you are sowing directly. So that's one indication from a visual perspective. Measurement is the second part. As I said, overall it's the 30% reduction in water requirement in DSR.
I don't understand. Is it direct seeding you mean?
I'm saying direct seeding rice. Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. And so you mentioned about drip irrigation. Can that also be used to reduce water in irrigation?
Yes, it can be used.
Okay.
And I don't think it is being used in India at a scale, but yeah, we have been doing our pilots.
Drip irrigation is more in horticulture.
Yeah, because that's where you have ROI and all. But yeah, it can be used in rice.
I just remember on that there is a concept of SRI where farmer in Bihar they have done it, system of rice intensification.
Yeah.
That's where they tried the drip irrigation. I don't know the reason why it didn't take off, but there are some hidden trials which has been done by the
Yeah.
farmer.
So I think with respect to drip irrigation in rice, we need a lot of intervention from the government side, because the investment that you require in 1 hectare of rice versus 1 hectare of vegetable, I think there's a significant gap difference. And since we have marginal and small farmers, I think that's where the government comes in picture. But it can be done very well.
If I can just add to that, sir, for DSR water consumption or the safeguarding requirement, Water Resource Group has a project running in UP, particularly in the three districts in eastern UP. That report should be online in public domain, where they demonstrate that 30% water saving happens. That is one. And to the gentleman before that, the question around how to make farming more sustainable as a profession, I would just like to share an example of Indonesia. Indonesia, around 5 years back, identified that the new generation of farmers are not coming into the profession. The newer generations are not at all keen to pursue farming. They want to do anything else, even working in factories and all, but they don't want to cultivate the land. So what they did was they set and they identify a subset of farmers that they call millennial farmers. These are the farmers who are looking at farming from a very business oriented angle. So they are measuring the input cost, both from the dollar perspective as well as effort, and what do you get out of it, whether that value chain that gets produced is for the local consumption or export, even if it's for export, whether it's premier export versus non-premier export. So through these kind of initiatives, what they have started doing is whenever there is a new technology adoption, the government first introduced newer technologies to this subset of farmers. If they get the good results out of it, then they go ahead and introduce it to the nominal farmer or an average farmer. So this way they have identified there will always be torchbearer for any profession, including farming, how to identify those and how to work with them to make it a better mass movement and attract more people into the profession.
I think just one last question and then we'll wind up.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ashok Nair. I represent a company called AVT McCormick. First of all, the sessions by the speakers on the dais was quite enlightening. What I have as an ask or a request is I would like the opportunity to possibly meet up with each of you to discuss collaborations. We are into export of spices. We export around 20 different spices from India. And we work across the country, right from the westernmost districts of Rajasthan, which if you look on a physical map, all you would see is the Thar Desert. For those who do not know, all seed spices are grown in the western part of Rajasthan. I would definitely like to catch up with Mr. Amit, on NetFM. On irrigation in Western Rajasthan, we use sprinklers. There are micro sprinklers that are also available, but they are stationary. How do we address that? With Mr. Ashish Kumar on the manure that you were talking about, the fermented manure, and especially since you have a plant in Punjab, we would like to run a pilot with you if possible with our celery seed farmers in Haryana. With Mr. Rajveer, with Mr. Yogesh. There are multiple questions. I don't have the time right now, and I don't think everybody would be in the.
I think you can discuss.
We would like to
individually
discuss,
with them.
but there are.
But I think the spirit is good. I mean, it's
so it's just about collaborations, and it is for the farmers. And finally, just to pass a comment, Mr. Yogesh said about buyers should be more considerate to farmers. Well, we are into exports, and when you're into exports, you have to meet the regulations of the importing nations. So, with us, we have several farmer groups, and as always, the first thing a farmer asks is, what's the price you're going to give, right? Because for them, the concept of profitability is, if I get a better price, I get a better profit. But it is not so. It is about how do you reduce your cost of cultivation, how do you improve your productivity, how do you improve your quality. And with Yara, what you did mention, Vaishali, is about the soil, right? It starts and ends with the soil. That's what agriculture is all about. But the nutrition, how do we tackle that? So, in the desert soils, the organic matter content is less than 0.1%, where the national average is between 0.6 to 0.8. There are farms where we have in Erode in Tamil Nadu, where we have turmeric farmers, where they have organic matter of 1.2 to 1.4%. Now, there's a big range, right? So what I'm trying to say is that I foresee a lot of collaboration with each one of you, and then if time permits and if you are free or relatively free, I would definitely like to take 5 to 10 minutes from each of you. Thank you.
And sir, just one thing to all you eminent speakers. So whatever details you have provided, could the documentation for those could be shared by we delegate to us delegates through email? That will be of great help.
It's up to you to get in touch with the individual thing. Yeah.
Just one point on the export, and as a country, I think it's a earner, and I think we have an ambition of $100 billion, to achieve it. But at the same time, we as a company and as a collaboration work that whosoever wants to produce anything with the export certificate compliant. But for the last 5-6 years, we had also started that why we fellow Indians suffer that, we cannot afford to feed whatever he wants. So we are also trying to make sure that there is an optimal use. The MRLs doesn't exceed with the prescribed limits, and it's a safe food which is being produced. Either it's use of any kind of chemical or fertilizer or thing. I thought I'll just make it very loud and clear.
On this encouraging note, we'll wind up. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, our chair, Mr. Sir, just a second. Thank you, our chair, Mr. Damodaran, for guiding us through this enlightening discussion. Let's express our gratitude to all our panelists for sharing their invaluable insights. Before we wrap up the session, may I request our session chair to present plans to all speakers as a token of appreciation, symbolizing our commitment to sustainability and growth in agriculture. These plans embody our collective dedication to nurturing a sustainable future of agriculture. A big applause for them. May I request Ms. Anuja Kadian to present a plan to our chair? Thank you, Ms. Anuja. Thank you so much. A group picture. Thank you, everyone. As we conclude the first session, I would like to invite you all to join us for the lunch at designated dining area. We hope you will take this opportunity to network with your fellow attendees. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, for our second session. Our second session is on carbon credits in agriculture, driving progress on farm and impact at scale. It will be led by Mr. Sanjay Vipuluri. Let's delve into the realm of aligning economics incentives with environmental benefits. Let's invite Mr. Sanjay Vipuluri and our other distinguished panelists to grace the stage. Mr. Vipuluri, National Head of Yes Bank's Facade Unit, brings over 24 years of expertise in agri-commodity procurement, rural extension, and agri-financing. Driven by knowledge banking, he is dedicated to sustainable development in India's food and agriculture sector. Welcome, sir. Dr. A. Volumurugan, ADJ, Soil and Water Management at ICR, New Delhi, boasts 20 years of experience in soil science. His work spans land degradation management, microbial diversity, coastal ecosystems, and organic input development. Welcome, sir. Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, AVP and Head of Environmental Sustainability at Godrej Agrovet, holds 15 plus years of experience in environment, energy, and water management. His expertise ranges from regulatory policy roles to strategy advisory and business development. Mr. Rohit Kumar, Secretary General of the Carbon Markets Association of India, possesses over 2 decades of experience in industry relationships, policy development, and advocacy. Focusing on environment and sustainability, he leads initiatives for a net zero future. Dr. Umang Agarwal, Head of Carbon and Grow Mandi at Grow India Indigo Private Limited, brings 10 plus years of experience in agri-food business strategy, operations, nutrition research, and information strategy. Mr. Anirudh Kenny, Director of Business Development and Partnership at Boom Mitra, plays a pivotal role in democratizing carbon markets, forging partnerships, and enabling carbon farmers across India and East Africa. Mr. Kaushal Bisht, Director of Partnerships at Wara and alumnus of IIT Kharagpur and IIM Ahmedabad, specialize in nature-based solution carbon projects and has extensive experience in end-to-end food value chain projects. Thank you, Mr. We can start, sir. Over to you, Mr. Vipuluri.
Thank you, Neha. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second plenary session on the FICCI Sustainability Agriculture Summit. On behalf of FICCI, I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished panelists sitting here today. And allow me to start with a brief context setting for the session. In this session, we intend to focus on deliberating on the sustainable agriculture for climate action. That is the focus. And we want to explore the potential linkages between carbon markets and the agricultural sector. So if we look at how India is moving in the direction of climate action, India has demonstrated significant commitment in achieving its climate action goals and targets. Our emission intensity in terms of percentage of GDP has reduced by 24% between 2015 and 2005 and 2016. Over a decade, our emission intensity has reduced by 24%. And going forward, what we are looking at as a country is to reduce emission intensity by 45% on the 2005 level by 2030 and reach net zero by 2070. To achieve this ambitious target, India needs to look at very diverse methods of addressing emission or addressing carbon sequestration. And agriculture has a significant potential to play a role in climate action, not just through sequestration methods like agroforestry, but in the morning we were discussing about emission mitigation measures as well. So that both of them are very useful, and carbon markets could play a very important role in trying to incentivize farmers to take up such practices which typically lead to yield loss or more difficult to adapt. So during this plenary session, what we'll try to focus on is to try and understand what is the opportunity, how is carbon markets, how can agriculture be linked to carbon markets? Is it a theory or is it possible? Can we do it? And we have a very good panel here. We have Dr. Velmurugan, who actually talks about carbon. He's in the policy group who talks about carbon markets and who's researching on carbon markets. He's a distinguished scientist and well awarded. He's also run the National Carbon Project, sir, and a number of other projects. And we have with us Varaha and Bhumitra and the other Indigo and other players who are basically project developers and carbon marketplaces. And of course, we have Godrej Agrovet, who looks very closely, agribusiness company who looks very closely into the sustainability aspects. So with that brief introduction, I'd like to invite Dr. Velmurugan to set a broad context of how carbon credits and carbon markets are playing a role for sustainable agriculture. What is the context in India? Where do we stand from policy perspective? To you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all the panelists in the dais and all the delegates, those who are assembled here and those who are working in carbon credit. In fact, it's indeed a pleasure for me to attend this discussion, and good afternoon to everyone. And before I start, thank you very much, sir, Dr. Sunjay, for inviting me, and also organizers from FICCI to involving me in this. Myself, Dr. Velmurugan, I am heading the Division of Soil and Water Management in Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and also incidentally I am one of the member in the policy framework or drafting committee for voluntary carbon markets in Indian agriculture. So that we have already submitted, and the nodal department, Ministry of Power, they are working at, and major stakeholders are Ministry of Environment and Power. Having said all these things, before we initiate, why we have to talk about agriculture? Because my statement is one thing: whatever we do in India, carbon credit, without involving agriculture, it is incomplete. So India is voluntarily, we have committed, as Sunjay was telling, we have commitments, and also we have our own personal obligations to meet out this. Also, we have to go through the market. If you go for carbon credit or green technologies and other way, earlier also we have committed in several international commitments. But we have facing some issues. One is what we see the world through our window is not the same, and it keep changing. And second thing, what we perceive in a good book. So we have a good book or we have a good window. What we look through the world is totally different. People when talk here in international commitments, international meeting, industrialist countries, they give a lot of commitments. But at the end of the day, they go and sit for the business. Now, most of the developed countries, they don't ratify that this one. You will understand this. Because even in Kyoto Protocol and before that, UNEP and UNDP, degradation and development programs of Ministry of Agriculture, UNFCCC, several programs. India has commitment. At least we have initiated voluntarily several actions government has initiated. Even you may be knowing about NICRA, National Initiative on Climate Resilient Agriculture, that we have initiated. There is no compulsion on us. Still, we have initiated, and it gone to, up to funding. NABARD is a nodal agency, and ICAR is doing research on this. And we have created more than 1,400 villages in India, which are already climate resilient villages. So India is in a positive direction. Whether any commitment is there or not, whether we have pressurized by any of the internal agency or not. Now, we have to think logically. Why? Because we want to address the issues about Indian agriculture. So without addressing the climate change issues, we cannot move forward. It's become a reality. So somebody else is polluting. I am not in charge of it. Say example, you have Andaman Nicobar Islands, you have Lakshadweep Islands, you have Maldives. They are not polluters. They are the largest. If you see the geographical area, percentage of geographical forest area to geographical area, these islands, they have a largest forest cover, 80%. But they are the worst victim in the world. They are not doing anything. And similarly, agriculture, if you take, what a rainfed farmer is doing is just 1 or 2 irrigation. At the best, he will earn his livelihood. And his fertilizer usage is not more than 50 kg per hectare on an average in rainfed farming. And he hardly takes 2 crops, mostly sorghum or any rainfed crops. And he is normally we practice more than 40% of the farming community, we practice mixed farming, where livestock is one of the component. So why I am telling this, in a rainfed system where we dominate and only we have 80 million hectares under irrigation, out of total 160 or 170 million hectare. We do practice mixed farming or integrated farming, where the livestock has been victimized. I say victimized. We have around 50 to 52 million cattle populations in India, which are catering to the needs of around 140 million people. But you see how many animals goes for slaughtered, means recycled animal in Western countries. That comparison is very huge. But here we use animal for agriculture purpose. We use tractors and small implement for earning livelihood. So in that case, if you see agriculture, people say emissions from agriculture is contributing to 16 to 17%. That's what we estimated. Nitrous oxide and carbon dioxide, ammonia, all put together. So other than power sector, other than transport sector, the major contribution comes to agriculture. In agriculture, fertilizer use, particularly urea, people say urea use, nitrous oxide emission. So the focus on one side, it is on emission side. And another side we have credit side that we are ignoring. What we are ignoring? By doing cultivation, how much carbon you are capturing from the atmosphere. Maybe it's an annual crop, maybe it is a perennial crop. You take coconut, you take any plantations of horticulture or even agroforestry system, it is going to be there for 40 to 50 years. How much carbon it is sequestering in the live biomass? One. Second thing, how much carbon it takes into the soil? It is there forever. It is not disturbing. Second thing. And third thing, very important one, how much carbon it takes by way of photosynthesis. So India is one of the agriculturally rich country, around 140 million hectare we are cultivating. In a season of five months, if you take the photosynthetic rate of each and every plant, including our forest cover, probably India, after Brazil, India is the largest country who serves the entire human community by way of it is our service free to the human community, agriculture. This is not being taken into account. You say agriculture is emitting one way only. What it is taking from the atmosphere by way of carbon dioxide by photosynthesis, that is not being included in any of the international commitment. That is a great injustice to our farmers. And another important one is a livestock. People say it's a anaerobic fermentation. So anaerobic fermentation releases ammonia gas into the atmosphere, nitrous oxide into the atmosphere. But you see, if you see, consider human being, what we take, what we give, input, output, that is a life system. This is a life process. Life process cannot be put into the business process. Say example, if industry is there, any transport industry, they know only emission. Power sector, they know only emission. There is no sequestration at all. But in agriculture, sequestration or removing carbon from the atmosphere or any other greenhouse gases, and emission goes side by side. So we have to calculate the net emission. So net emission is the correct factor to discuss this thing. One. Another important one, you have to see the population of Indian population. So most of the farmers, around 55 to 60% farmers and other industry, they depends on agriculture. So because agriculture gives business to other agro-based industries also. So put together, we serve around 60% of the Indian population. So you take per capita net emission in Indian agriculture. It will be very, very meager when compared to the industrialized countries. Say example, even China uses 250 to 300 kg fertilizer per kg for rice production. India uses on an average 75 kg per hectare. Maybe Punjab, Haryana a little bit more because they have irrigation facility and they are hardworking people. They have an investment to do it. But in the rainfed area, it is not like this. On an average, we use only 70 to 80%. Of course, it is a burden on the government to give subsidy. So these are all the issues. Another important one comes when we go for commitments in Indian agriculture. Why we have to consider? Because when we pass on this, the climate change is directly inflicting huge damage into Indian agriculture. Once Indian agriculture is affected, now then your food security is affected. Once the food security is affected, then the vicious cycle of degradation will start. So farmers will be dependent on a small area. He will go for degradation of land degradation, release of carbon, and using other unethical practices will come into play. So once this degradation starts, now then the offtake of agriculture from agro-processing industries, then transport industries, say example tractors and other implements will also come down. So it will affect the industrial growth also. So to sustain Indian agriculture, Indian economy, it is very, very essential we have to sustain Indian agriculture in a sustainable way. because it has a link with food security, it has link with agro process industry, it has a link with other transport and other sector, including power sector. People may say power is given free to agriculture, so water draft is more. But you just think that if water is not there, if irrigation facility is not there, what is the amount of import, food grain import you have to bring it from other country? So it will shake the Indian economy. It will shake the Indian economy. Since we are food secure, government is able to concentrate on other sectors of the economy. And if India is not food secure, now then the Prime Minister has to go and beg to the other countries and also the private player outside for food. He will lose his power of bargaining outside in several sectors. Including atomic energy, including other power sector and coal import, because now coal is being imported from Australia and Russia on our terms. But once India became food insecure, the terms of reference will be different. That we have to take into account. Now also I have tested in our laboratories, and earlier, because one example, then I will finish it. Why I want to highlight it. Earlier basics like we were doing analysis, what our Indian industry is doing, that will be totally different, because we use this basic slug as a byproduct of steel industry in agriculture, because it contains calcium phosphate. Now what we import mostly from China, which is mostly polluted, mostly having heavy metals. Now we face the issue that how to recycle this byproduct, because it contains more heavy metal than what we have producing in the steel industry 15 years back. Now thousands of tons of this is lying from the steel industry. This is the case with other industries also, power sector also, fly ash also. So the amount of waste generated from other industry is getting deteriorated because of the terms of reference in the trade is different. So to sustain this, so agriculture sustainability is very, very important. So if your Indian agriculture is sustainable and climate resilient and we are adapted, now the bargaining power of the country as a whole and also the industrial sector will be sustainable in a balanced ground. So that is what we are going to do in the coming days. So already government is going to, we have submitted voluntary carbon credit in agriculture, that has been submitted. What is voluntary credit? So still in India, it is not compulsory, because if you put compulsory this agriculture, then lot of legal issues will be there and Indian agriculture will be exposed to the international players. Because it is unorganized mostly in our country. So industries or power sector, mostly it is controlled by government sector. So they can easily face environment for it. So agriculture is put as a voluntary sector, that is a government decision. Now in agriculture, what are the things we can do in making a carbon credit? Say example, we have around 7 to 8 million hectares of land in agriculture salt affected and 2 to 3 millions of hectare in wasteland. So how to use this one? In addition, every year we are losing soil. Soil conservation is very important. So how to do it? And also how to reduce the subsidy burden. More than 1.6 or 7 lakhs crore is being spent on fertilizer subsidy alone. So to bring down, reduce the government burden and also support the farmer, there is a need for carbon credit or carbon sequestration in agriculture. This carbon sequestration should go towards sustainability, should move towards carbon neutral farming or carbon farming, and also land degradation neutrality. There are three issues we have to address. Ultimately, the food security of the country. One is sustainability, another land degradation neutrality, then carbon credit in agriculture, resulting in the food security and sustainability of the country. That is how the agriculture, the sequence is linked. So we are breaking the vicious cycle of land degradation and also carbon loss and climatic non-adoption into a straightforward towards our target. So this is how we have planned it. This is the idea of carbon credit. There are different activities like agroforestry, improving efficiency of fertilizer and different cropping system, reducing soil loss, and also sequestering carbon into the soil. So these are by various soil conservation agriculture. These are all the practices mostly qualifies for carbon credits. So by doing so, industry can support through CSR funding, that is also eligible. So as far as ICR is there, CSIR is there, all our activities has been already notified by the ministry as eligible for CSIR funding. So industry can work with ICR for research as well as development when related to carbon credits in Indian agriculture. So farmers, how we get? So private player, already you are well experienced. I have seen that a lot of project developers are there. So they can work with the farmers, then particularly groups or FEOs, then they can generate. The issue will come what you are going to measure and what is the eligible years. Maybe now we put only 3 years eligible, even if your agroforestry and other programs which are initiated just 3 years before will be qualified for this. But what about the one which are already standing? That is not, it's very silent in as well as government proposal is there. The agroforest system 10 years before, that is not qualifying. So last 3 years the projects will qualify, and we need a national registry. That registry has to be there, third party certification has to be there, then it will qualify for this. And similarly, farmers activities, the measurement is an issue because there are carbons which are quickly recycled, like what we face in Punjab and Haryana. This burning of your residue is a big issue, but that will not qualify. Only it is emission factor. So you have to convert into some kind of stable carbon and you put into the soil. You have to sequester that carbon, and otherwise root which are going more penetration, that will also qualify. And also increasing carbon in soil, like conservation practices and horticultural activities, even agroforestry, wood like plantation in the wasteland, these all will qualify. It should be stable carbon. So ultimately, scientifically, if you see what we are seeing, other than business, what we are doing in nature, there is a greenhouse gas more in the atmosphere. We have to reduce it residence time in each cycle. So it goes in a cyclic way. Atmospheric carbon or greenhouse gas, it comes to the plant system and it goes to the animal or human component, go to the soil and water, then again goes back to the atmosphere. So each will have different residence time. So the main purpose is reduce the residence time in atmosphere, because we cannot take away the carbon from entire earth. Its total content you cannot change. CFC, greenhouse gas, methane, whatever maybe, it may change from one form to another form, but the atmosphere's content cannot be changed, total content of the earth system. What we are trying to do in this system is maximize the residence time of this carbon and other greenhouse gases into the soil, into the water system, into the plant system, in a such a way that it is not immediately available as a reactive form. Particularly for nitrogen is there, we have a cascading effect. Once nitrate is released into the atmosphere, nitrous oxide is released into the atmosphere, it will keep on breaking the ozone layer, it will keep on breaking nitrogen layer. So that we call it a cascading effect. One molecule will keep on going. So this cycle has to be reduced. Then you keep as much as time possible into the soil in a non-reactive form. This is very, very important. This is the science behind entire carbon market. You are reducing the residence time of reactive gases in the atmosphere back into the soil or back into the plant system where it is non-reactive, and keeping as much as possible. So this is the basic funda of this all carbon credit. So accordingly it will be credited. Say example, if carbon is there, you have to convert into equivalent. 1 tons maybe get 1 metric tons of carbon will credit for 1 credit, then it can be traded against the other equivalent basis. That
So
also
on that,
proposal is there.
Just to take
Yeah,
it
please.
from there. Thank you very much. In fact,
I finish it. I'm finishing. So this is what the science behind it. So any industry people, those who want to work, they can work on this, because based on the residence time, based on the amount of carbon, and based on the equivalent of carbon, even you can reduce the nitrous oxide on equivalent basis, because nitrous oxide ammonia is almost 23 times stronger than carbon. So you will get 23 times extra credit if you do for nitrous oxide emission. So this is how science behind all these things. That is what the government is proposed it. As of now, it's a voluntary, and there are a lot of projects is there. You can make a group of farmers, then you can go for carbon crediting. So once it becomes stable, now then you can claim the credit, and every year it will be measured above ground and below ground. So this is all about the scheme.
thank you
Thank
very
you,
much,
sir.
Doctor. I
Thank you.
think that was very detailed and deep and scientific way of putting carbon credits on table. Of course, we'd like to ask a number of questions around what happens to carbon that is emission mitigated. I mean, for instance, if you're doing an alternate drying, wetting, or a direct seeding, then we are mitigating carbon emissions. So what happens? Is it considered as part of, or will there be carbon credits for that? But we'll come to it later. Because we also have Mr. Rohit, who is the Secretary General of Carbon Markets Association of India, a newly formed association of players who are interested in working on the carbon markets. So, Rohit, could you take us through how the carbon markets are growing in India and globally? And after listening to Dr. Velmurugan's overview in the agricultural sector, how is it looking for the agricultural sector in India? How is the linkage forming? Thank you so much. Thank you, FICCI, for giving opportunity for this program. And as sir is already elaborated in the detailed discussion about how carbon credit and how government is planning to do it. But I have a little different perspective as a nation that we are the third largest emitter in the world. And although our per capita emission is around 2 to 2.5, but our energy consumption is going to increase by 2.5 times. So we have to do a lot of job, and that is a way where India can achieve net zero goal or carbon neutrality target. So starting from when we talk about carbon credit as a word, so carbon credit is one of the incentive which agriculture sector is getting right now or about to get. But there are various other environmental credits is coming in the market. I think we should also focus on that, like biodiversity credit and green credit programs by Government of India. So the various opportunities are coming in coming years. Water credit is another area. So we can focus all those areas as well. So now we talk about carbon credit as a Indian scenario. So India has a huge carbon market, and there are two kinds of carbon market we have. One is that compliance-based carbon market, which is Government of India has recently formed, is going to functional very soon, which is called Indian carbon market. And Indian carbon market, the purpose is very simple, that we'd like to meet our NDC target. And by doing our national carbon credit projects. But there is another opportunity in the compliance market is Article 6.2, where we can generate carbon credit by multi and bilateral tie-ups and cooperations. Like India can generate carbon credit and take carbon credit from some of the projects in Africa, and those credit India can take and do the net zero goal. Because right now our NDC target, we are able to reach our NDC target very well. By 2030 target, we are ahead. 2040, I think it's going to be a little tougher. And 2050 is going to be very tough for India. So we should also be ready for developing some projects. We are discussing about Indian carbon credit market scenario. But we, as a developer, we can also do some projects outside India, like Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Malawi. So that is another area where we can meet the NDC. Now let's come to voluntary carbon market, where we have larger opportunity right now as an agriculture sector per se. So voluntary carbon market is have a tremendous opportunity in the agriculture sector, because agriculture sector is the credit generated in the agriculture sector is very high premium credit, and its rates around $10 to $150 credit rates globally. So when we talk about agriculture sector, it comes under nature-based solution. So nature-based solution, there are various projects like forestry and afforestry and RED plus. There's some projects is yet to start in India. A few projects are listed in Meghalaya, and about one of them is about to list in Nagaland very soon. But when we talk about agriculture, there are various opportunities like sustainable land management, agroforestry, organic farming, and also some of the area like coming rapidly in the allied sector, like biochar is good area where carbon credit rates around $150 to $200 right now. So there are various areas where agri and allied sector has tremendous opportunity. But at the same time, how it can be done? So it is a big task that how we can generate carbon credit in this sector, which is really unorganized. Because India, as a we have a 85% farmer which has less than 2 acre land. So where the aggregation play a very important role, and all this aggregation, apart from that, awareness has to play a very important role. And taking NOC from the farmer is a big task, and also taking their geo mapping areas are another big task. So when we talk about agriculture carbon credit, we have to have a huge surplus fund in advance, so that these projects can be listed well, and after that, registry and audit and issues can be done. And after that, there's a distribution of carbon credit to the farmer is also important. So recently, sir, we have done some tie-up, and we are about to launch one project in Haryana. This is a under Javik scheme, where 5,000 hectare land is there. And we have done some calculation and analysis, and we came to know that in 5,000 hectare per hectare, if you are able to get $5 credit, and if you sell the credit in $8 to $10, every farmer can get every annum 3,000 rupees. So, but to see the global growth of carbon market, which is going to be 10x in coming years, so we can expect that 3,000 to 30,000 rupees every farmer can get in coming years. So that kind of opportunity we have. And various projects we have already listed in India for 50,000 hectare, 5,000 hectare. And these projects are now going to be registered. So I'm sure that is a big opportunity is with us, that how we can plan it well and how we can develop this well and how financial institutions can support this activity in the pre-stage. So that is very, very important.
Thank you, Rohit. In fact, there are a number of award winners today who are highly focused on sustainability. A number of corporates here, and one key area of thought is how do we address this linking farmers to carbon opportunity. So probably going forward there will be a lot of, now that we have a carbon credit association in India, you could be a go-to man to look at such projects. But moving on, I'd like to bring in Dr. Umang. Dr. Umang, who works for Grow Indigo. Grow Indigo is a vertically integrated carbon program that focuses on generating and selling carbon credits from agricultural products, more so from farmers, right? If I'm correct. So, based on your experience, how is this program development at farmer level happening? Could you briefly explain what you do? And are there any success stories in India? And what can Grow Indigo do along with the industry? And what is the expectation from the government?
Got it. Thank you, Sanjay ji. Good afternoon, everyone. So Grow Indigo is a joint venture between Mahiko and an American company called Indigo Agriculture, Indigo Ag. We started about 5-6 years back, and looking at sustainability in toto. Not just we believe carbon is a narrow lens. When you look at sustainable agriculture, it has to start with sustainable inputs, sustainable supply chains, and sustainable farming, right? And sustainable farming part is what generates carbon credits. Our biological program is quite active, wherein you have natural microbiology based biostimulants, fungicides, crop protection, and nutrition agri inputs. From a carbon perspective, as you rightly mentioned, we are vertically integrated and programmed to aggregate millions of acres and manage them over time. Right now, let me explain what this means. As Rohit ji mentioned, you're talking about average land holding which is very small. So therefore, billions of pieces of polygons and fields have to be aggregated into a program. This program has to be a minimum of 30 years in time period. So you're talking almost more than a generation. And imagine from one season to the other season, many times within the field, boundaries might change, right? You have a let's say 2-acre plot. In Kharif it was all rice, and in Rabi it is half wheat and half something else, right? Mustard or whatever. So how do you manage these boundaries in a particular field over time, right? There might be, I think, sir, you had mentioned that a lot of farms are leased. So from one year to the next, one season to the next, a farmer might sell it off to other farmer, or some new farmer might come and lease the land. How do you manage this complexity of millions of polygons and fields over 30-year period? I think that is where the platform and being vertically integrated really helps to manage these acres. Third point is also, I think, which came up, is to return majority of the share that comes from carbon credits to the farmers, right? So we launched India's first high quality carbon program starting from Haryana, Punjab in 2019. And in that program, we return 75% of the carbon credit sales value back to the farmer. This is, to the best of my knowledge, the maximum any program returns back to the farmer. Now, how are you able to do that? You have your incentives directly aligned with the farmer. When you focus on quality, as you know, this is a very opaque market. There are exchanges for carbon credits, but carbon credits may sell from let's say $2, $3, $4, $5 to $50 or even more, right? Our partner Indigo in the US, their first tranche of credits were sold at $27. Second tranche was sold at $40. So you're already seeing that price point of selling.
This is from the India project, is it?
No, this is from, so no agricultural credits have been generated from India, right? So what I'm saying is that agriculture from a carbon credit perspective is very new, and nature-based projects are much in demand. So that is the price that we should target and anchor, and that you get with high quality. And final point which I'll say is, from a rice ecosystem perspective, we are a majority of our crop agriculture emissions come from rice. Majority of our agricultural emissions come from livestock, cows, dairy, and meat production. But majority of crop emissions come from rice. So we cannot ignore rice. Reducing rice methane is very, very important. At the same time, focusing on more carbon sequestration strategies is also very important, right? And about 400 million tons of GHG emissions from Indian agriculture, I think almost 25% can be addressed by carbon sequestration. So,
thank you very much, Anirudh. Is Anirudh there on virtual call? Is he there?
Hi, sir. Yes, I'm here, sir.
It was a loud hi. Hi, Anirudh.
Oh.
So Anirudh is from Bhumitra, a soil carbon marketplace powered by AI and remote sensing. So we got a very good view of what Grow Indigo does. Anirudh, could you take us through what Bhumitra does, and how is Bhumitra trying to reach out to the Indian farmers and link them to internationally certified carbon removal credits? You're focused on removal credits, right? Could you take us through this process, and also how can agribusiness companies tie up with you?
Sure. Thank you, Sanjay, sir, for that, and apologies I couldn't be there in person. So yeah, Bhumitra is a vertically integrated, as Stromang also said, a vertically integrated carbon marketplace where we source the projects. We provide the MRV, the monitoring, reporting, verification for those farmers, leveraging our AI and remote sensing capabilities. And then, of course, we take them through a third-party certification. It could be verified carbon standard Vera today. As Rohit sir mentioned, it will be, or it should be very soon, Article 6 related credits. Right, we take them through the relevant certifications, and of course, then trade them with our customers. As of today, we're in the voluntary carbon market, so we deal with organizations, let's say in the US, Europe, Singapore, maybe sometimes Australia, who want to buy these credits. And yeah, we then deliver the majority of the value back to the farmers. And how we do this is by forming very strategic partnerships and alliances. So we work with a host of agribusinesses today, all the way from the large sugar businesses to large commodity traders in various like commodities like cotton, because they have the connect with the farmers, they have the trust with the farmers. And also, very importantly, as temperatures rise and rainfall patterns become more erratic, it's very important for agribusinesses to make their supply chains more resilient. Whether carbon markets exist or not, these supply chains must become more resilient over time. So yeah, that's how we work. I think for us, what's very important, or the two pillars that we work on is of course the technology which enables complete transparency. This market has historically been very, very opaque. That's what we're trying to change. That throughout the entire supply chain, whether it's the half-acre farmer in Jharkhand, a big sugar mill in Uttar Pradesh, or our buyers, let's say based in I don't know, Texas, just for example, they all have access to this information through our dashboards, because we are essentially mapping out every 10 meters of land which comes into our platform, leveraging our, of course, remote sensing capabilities. The second strategy we're taking, Sanjay sir, is that we're leveraging an ecosystem based approach, because the carbon takes a long time to get monetized. What happens between what happens between the first step and of course when the credits are monetized? So we're providing an ecosystem to our farmers, whether it's the ability to see the nitrogen, the phosphorus, the potassium, on their screens, as well as for their for the partners who we work with. And of course, all of this is funded by the carbon finance which is generated. I don't know if you guys are able to hear me. Hello. Hello.
We also have Mr. Kaushal Bisht. Anirudh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I guess there's some issue.
Yeah, we could hear you. I'll bring you back again. I'll just
Sure.
take Kaushal in and bring you back again. Thank you for that. We could hear you very clearly. And what I understand is you're trying to democratize access to carbon credits across the value chain from the buyer to the farmer. I also understood from Umang and Rohit's talk that we are yet to sell a carbon credit from agriculture, not nature-based projects, but from agriculture in India. We are yet to sell carbon credits. I'll just move to Kaushal. Kaushal again represents Varaha. Varaha is also a program developer, project developer. And Varaha uses remote sensing, blockchain, and science-based quantification tools to look at driving climate action and incentivizing carbon generation. Kaushal, how do you see the intersection between agriculture, climate action, and carbon markets evolving in India? And do you see what are the projects that are happening in the type of projects you're doing, and when do you see a sale happening in India? And also, if you could take us through how is the price trend looking in terms of carbon markets?
Okay. Thank you, Sanjay ji. See, the interest in this market is huge, and I think from foreign investors, even in the domestic ecosystem of startups, right, you are seeing a lot of us here, and there are multi more who are coming into this sector, and there's a lot of positive vibes coming out wherein people are raising capital, deploying these resources to ground, getting this carbon project to the ground kickstarted, right? So it is evolving just fine as of now. At Varaha, we have also seen tremendous growth in last 2 years of our operation. We build regenerative agriculture projects, agroforestry, biochar production. All of these we are doing. And as a matter of fact, we also have sold credits. In biochar, we have created credits, issued credits, sold credits, and paid back the community as well. Biochar credits, of course, I mean, as the other panelists also mentioned, these are $100 plus price points. And I mean, creates a lot of value for smallholders to just use biochar as a biofertilizer. Into regenerative agriculture also, we have been able to sell 116,000 credits at $25 each. This is from India project, UP, Uttarakhand, Punjab, Haryana. And the audits have also been completed. The final reports have been submitted to Vera. Their internal modeling experts have also given kind of nod to our model, and just pending issuance from Vera, and it's just a matter of time that this money also flows back to the farmers in India. Into agroforestry also, we have developed around 100,000 acres overall across India, Kenya, Bangladesh, and Nepal, and again sold 50,000 credits in forward markets at $15 price point. Coming to Regen Ag again, right? These projects, the kind of volume which we are able to achieve is like 500,000 acres already onboarded into the project. And the markets overall looks very promising, as Umang also mentioned, right? These price points are seeing an uptick, right? Very recently, we are seeing that the demand is also going up. We believe that in the spot market, when these credits will be issued, the price points generated will be even higher. Now, just to mention about how the pricing is described, decided in these projects. Largely, agriculture have a benefit, right? It's just not only carbon. When you do these regenerative agriculture practices, climate smart practices, or organic, whatever you say, these only not sequester carbon or reduce the emissions, right? Nitrous oxide, methane, CO2, all of them, but also add a lot of other values, co-benefits into the farms. It increases soil organic carbon, which in turn will reduce cost of production for farmers. the input cost will be rationalized, right? I mean, they will use lesser inputs, optimize their end use, increase in water use efficiency through drip irrigation or drip fertigation, and then use efficiency also will create a lot of other values which will reduce cost of production for farmers, increase its overall profitability. Then there are other benefits saying that, I mean, these benefits will take some time to come in, of course, but the carbon benefits can take care of the first initial behavior change which is going to happen. But these benefits later on, after 4 or 5 years, will make sure the farmers will never go back to the traditional practices wherein they are burning the crop residue or, let's say, flooding the farms, transplanted rice. If they move to DSR once and they know how to do this correctly and get benefits from carbon markets as well as the fertility at farms, it will be forever. This is what we believe.
Thank you, Kaushal. Just a follow-through question on that. This biochar is interesting when you talk about $100 per hectare, per acre.
This is per credit. 1 ton of biochar will give you around 2.1 to 2.4 carbon credits.
So per hectare, is there a conversion per hectare?
So this will depend upon which crop residue we are talking about, right? I mean, cotton will have different, paddy will have different, and then if there is some other woody material, if you can get, the conversions will even be better.
And so, have there been any biochar credits sold from India?
Yes, we have sold 700 credits so far. We have advance orders for 20,000 credits.
Great. So I think one opportunity that could be looked at. And this this goes to the farmers, right? It's income to the farmer.
So majority income flows back to the farmers again. I mean,
so typically, what is the
depending upon projects to projects, it is between 70% to 80%.
Thank you very much, Kaushal. I'll just go to our agri-business corporate representative, Mr. Vaidyanathan. I think one key focus area for most corporates, more so for agribusiness corporates, is how do we look at the sustainability angle? And most corporates look at it from an emission perspective. How do you see the carbon credit generation from farmer level becoming important, or what role do you think it will play in the agribusiness sector from a corporate's perspective and from a sustainability perspective?
Sure. Thank you, Sanjay. It's a very, very pertinent question you asked, because this is an area of huge interest for us. Although we don't directly have farmers in our operational supply chain, because we work in a slightly more upstream part of the value chain. Just to give you a context, our experience with carbon credits has been largely for our own internal net zero targets that we set for 2035. Godrej Agrovet actually became one of the first agro companies to have its science-based targets validated. So we're combining the decarbonization, absolute emissions reduction through renewable energy adoption, which also has a role from agriculture. I'll come to that later. But only the remaining part, we're looking at some sort of carbon sequestration. And what we decided very consciously was not to look at buying credits, but to generate credits ourselves. And we use the markets more as a validating tool. It's more of, because anybody can claim any quantity of carbon being sequestered. But unless a third party validates it, you can't, I mean, it doesn't really hold much weight. So that's why we did these massive, and even our carbon sequestration programs actually came as a secondary or a tertiary outcome. The initial idea for most of these projects was watershed development. And we started with the idea of just being a water positive company. But we realized with the increased availability of water in these watershed areas, we were able to sequester carbon there. Now we are looking at biodiversity. And I think one of the panelists mentioned biodiversity is very interesting because it's an area where we don't have any metrics. So it's very difficult to quantify. We are now looking at maybe even using microorganisms, certain microorganisms as an indicator of an ecosystem health to see if that can be a metric. But what we did internally also, like we also have an oil palm business. This is one of the few businesses where we grow something. All the other agro businesses are in the input. In the oil palm business, we're a completely circular business. The oil palm kernel the fruit is extracted, oil is taken out from that, the kernel is converted into biomass, which is then used as briquette, which is then used in cogeneration. And then the ash from that is re-nutrified and used as fertilizer back in the plantation. So an entirely circular business. But one very interesting happened when we started doing our scope 3 inventory for science-based targets. I was just going through the IEA standards. Colombia reports a negative emission factor for palm oil. And I was wondering, how are they doing this? And then I realized that the potential for commodities, and if you really calculate the carbon sequestered in growing these commodities, there is a massive opportunity for the Indian agro sector to really become a supplier of low carbon commodities to the world. So we did a very small project on soy in India last year. I mean,
I would not at all go to say this is representative of the entire Indian ecosystem because of very small sample, just one part of Madhya Pradesh and few farmers who we worked with. But we found very interesting among the many different parameters we studied that the carbon emission factor for soy grown in India was 1/4 of that of the IEA database. Yet we are still using international numbers. We are selling ourselves short. So the need of the hour, and I want to focus from an industrial perspective, and this is a question for everybody here, and maybe it's a big statement for us to work on, is the creation of an Indian database of emission factors for Indian commodity and Indian agro. That really doesn't exist. Most of the numbers and most of the factors we're using right now are US or UK based. I think one of the other panelists were talking about cattle and how completely different the cattle ecosystem is in India compared to the West. So why are we using those emission factors? It's not a representative number. So creation of that database is something we are actively looking to work with, starting with that study, which we want to get socialized and maybe expand the scope. But we're also looking at various other aspects of the value chain. I was having a very interesting discussion on Kaushal before that we met previously as well. The entire ecosystem of conversion of agri residue into biomass, into energy, into gas, into biochar is a huge financial opportunity for the farmers. And I say specifically farmers because we must make sure that they benefit at least 50% of the equity created in this must go to the farmers. We've done a small CSR pilot project in Punjab. Again, I mean, maybe we were lucky because we started with the objective of solving the stubble burning issue. We were able to convert a lot of this into biofuels. We are looking to work with experts, and this is where I'm open to there are a lot of startups here working on brilliant ideas here to come work with us in really developing these ecosystems. But our interest is in how do I solve the emissions crisis, like you said? How do I make myself net zero through this? How can I leverage CSR funds to do a lot of this? And then lastly, also, how do I really create an ecosystem where the farmer receives a greater equity in the entire carbon value chain, more so than they are likely to receive right now, because the current systems do not really reward them for doing this. So this is our interest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vaidyan. I think most corporates, there are representatives from different corporates here. ITC also does a lot of work in the space. Most corporates are struggling with the same challenge. How do I address scope 3? Ma'am was mentioning in the morning as well. And this the combination of emission factors which ICR is working and which Dr. Velmurugan mentioned when we started, I think that's one area where you can coordinate and see what can be done. I'll just go through a couple of more questions. I think I have about 5-7 minutes time. I'll go back to you, Rohit. So we've listened to a number of programs, projects, what's happening, and you're seeing the carbon markets or the opportunity of carbon credit generation and value creation from agriculture. What are the key policy areas that if you'd say, okay, these are the top 3 things that could change the way carbon is valued, carbon generation from agriculture is valued? What do you think they would be, and what do you think you would ask Dr. Velmurugan to put forward during the committee?
So thank you so much. I think that is the area where Carbon Market Association of India is working in terms of policy. So we have around 5 type of environmental credit market in India. So I'll go by one for about each market. One is regarding Indian carbon market, which is completely focused on NDC right now. So here we are not able to do much because only 4 sector is going to add in this area, in this market, like petroleum, energy, cement, and steel right now. And the government is fixing cap and trade target for these sectors. But Government of India is coming with in the voluntary carbon market as well, which is going to launch in the coming month. So we request that the Government of India can add agriculture sector also in the voluntary carbon market, which is going to launch, and give special status to this sector, number 1. Number 2, regarding Article 6.2, which as per the Paris Agreement, Article 6.2, where multilateral and bilateral collaborations can happen between 2 countries, 3 countries, and one country can invest in the other country and carbon credit can be generated. So Government of India has only notified 13 technology area where agriculture, nature-based solution is not the part of that. But as we all discussed that, the challenge is that how we can get initial funding. And agriculture is not coming the part of NDC. So there's enough opportunity for us to collaborate with other nations, other companies. Like I was recently met the JICA fund also, Japan. So they're keen to work in India. But unfortunately, these kind of policy is not clear. So 6.2, if agriculture can be added as a 14 area, So it will give us immense potential in terms of business generation opportunity. Third area, we have voluntary carbon market right now. And voluntary carbon market, as all the projects are in the voluntary carbon market, like Vera, Gold Standards, Sir Carbano. So all these mechanisms are still existing. But again, there is a clarity need to be done from the government side, because recently the perception of in the market, in the global market, as we are going to COP28 and going to happen, where India is a destination for generating various projects because of strong, stable government and the good policy framework what government of India is working. But unfortunately, the clarity is not there in the global investor. That recently, government of India, Ministry of Power, there some confusion. A statement came where that Indian carbon credit cannot be traded outside world. So that was only for NDC. But media has taken it differently. Global media has taken it very differently. So in case Government of India can clarify, or Ministry of Power or Bureau of Energy can say that voluntary carbon credit can be traded off. So that will give immense clarity, and especially nature-based solution in agriculture. So that will give the clarity, and international investor can come and invest in these kind of projects, and it will benefit not only for carbon credit, but because these projects are meeting 8 to 9 SDG goals, and all these credit are premium carbon credit and completely amplify the lifestyle and livelihood enhancement. And the last, we already have a green credit program where sustainable agriculture is also part of that. So here we can start. This program is very good because small farmland like 1 acre, 2 acre, and the individual farmer can generate green credits, and these credits can be used for company ESG score and branding parameters also. So the green credit program, we can start doing awareness program, because individual farmers can be registered for the project and get those credit. It will amplify their life. So these are the various areas where we like to, and most important area is the data availability is not there. Like every project we go for doing NOC, land data, soil testing. So this is a big task for any project in India, and enough funding. So in case ICMR is there, Ministry of Agriculture is there, if you can get the data for every acre-wise land bank and geo-targeting of data, soil testing data, because government is already doing most of the state soil testing every year. So why not it can be digitized so that these projects, we can easily take this data and create the baseline and register the project for carbon credit. So there are a few 5 suggestions here.
Thank you very much, Rohit. I think very clear suggestions, and I see a lot of hustle happening at the FICCI Secretariat. I think we're getting late, but just a couple of questions more to the panel before I open it to the audience. And of course, I'd like to bring in Dr. Velmurugan sir. You've listened to the panel, and very clear 4 suggestions coming, and some queries also coming in terms of the net emission that you're working on. Could you broadly take us through, given this this discussion, what is the role that we can play from an agriculture sector in this green credit program, in this in the suggestion that they've given that needs to be added into Article 6.2? What is your view, and is this being discussed at the policy level?
So, very good suggestion indeed. It is required. One very important you have highlighted is Article 6.2 about this agreement. That's really, it is actually multilateral collaboration, but as of now it is not been opened. But you can trade it in India, and also you can credit it. It's a valid point, because once we have gone for this, we must do it, so that there is no much scope for business opportunities. And also a lot of companies, they have their sister organizations or their collaborators here. That certainly it has to be there. I agree with this. It will be coming. It will be coming once the first proposal is ready. Because in the first, why we have government has not put so much into this is because government first instance they are focusing on power sector and environmental sector. Agriculture is voluntary only, so not much importance has not been yet given as it has to be. That is lacking. I agree. I hope that it will be sorted out once it is rolled out after approval from the cabinet. Then second one is soil data location testing. Really, it is one, because these are parallel developments. We have a digital soil mapping, and we have we are doing the entire country one single soil database developments. Already you can log into National Bureau of Soil Survey. There is a Bhumi portal is there, where the soil data is already kept in the public domain with the geo-referenced locations, and something around 2,400 soil profile also is kept there. You can get it, but it is 250,000 scale. But we have to go for at least 8,000 scale cadastral map, so that each parcel is known and who is doing. And in the state of Karnataka and Odisha, we have with the collaborations of World Bank, we have started. So that will be digitized. In the states of Tamil Nadu, almost they have done 60-70%. And the similar program of land parcel digitalization is going on with the Ministry of Land Resources also. So this is a parallel development. Maybe in 1 or 2 years, in the entire country, we will be able to identify soil type, its location, soil carbon and other soil details vis-a-vis your land records number as well as the land parcel location. So this database is really it's a mission project of Government of India. Different ministries they are working. Lot of challenges are there. Easily, if you put a technology to digitize, it's very simple. But you have a lot of issues are there. You have to once I put it in a public domain, somebody will say the land is on my name, but you are putting in somebody's name. You understand? 40 crores land records you have to digitize. Not an easy job. So we want to avoid this legal litigations. So first we go voluntary. Already we have 23 crores soil health card has been issued that we have already digitized. There also we are not able to match exactly the number because GPS they use, the projection system they use, coordinate system they use, totally different. Now we have to bring into a separate platform. Now issue is some organization in the country has to be legally has to be recognized. Otherwise, bringing all the government department together will also be a tough job. And luckily, our government has taken very positive step. And ICR and National Bureau of Soil Survey has been notified by the Gazette. In the Gazette notification has come as a nodal agency for creating soil map. And similarly, Survey of India and other agencies already notified because this notification is legal status is missing. We are working voluntarily. Such a situation is not demand has not arisen. Now it is there and it has linked with your carbon credit and market. Probably in 1 to 1.5 years, all these agencies will put a unified national geo-coordinate and system in the country. So that will be valid. That will be linked with the land records, farmers, carbon markets, as well as your rural delivery system, the soil health card and other inputs, even inputs, subsidy also will be linked. So that is the parallel developments going on. Probably in 1 to 1.5 years, this will be in public domain.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I know there are a number of more points, but we are just short of time. Just in case Umang or Kaushal, you want to add anything, or probably Anirudh, if you'd like to add anything, if not, I'll just open it up for questions.
Yeah. So, see, basically, I would like to tell about our expectations from the government, how they can support us on the policy front here, right? Before I do that, I just want to paint down the picture, right? What does this opportunity looks like? The problem of total emissions in the entire world today is at 45 gigatons, right? And the opportunity is so that the biomass generation in the world every year is 150 gigatons. The problem is that we are not able to hold this biomass back to soil. 49 gigaton goes back into atmosphere, right? If we can incentivize mechanisms through things like biochar or like even biofuels, so the emissions will reduce from the 45 gigatons parcel, and we just have to ensure that 1/3 of it is stored in the ground, right? From an agriculture front also, India, I mean, we have the highest like arable land across the world with 60% of land below 0.4% soil organic carbon. So the delta available for increase in this soil organic carbon is also immense. And we can also take care of all our problems in the like global warming issues can be tackled through soil storage of carbon as well. Now our expectation is like basically as of now somebody told about land record verifications plays a very important role here for carbon generation. So a platform wherein we can get access to land records and ownership establishment can happen if government can initiate that, something like AgriStack, which they are doing, but if we can just make this quick, so a lot of our resources which are right now going into collecting these data points from ground will reduce significantly. Then there again, I mean, subsidies are there to incentivize nitrogen-based chemical fertilizers, which causes a lot of nitrous-based emissions as well. Either we should look to make a level playing field with biologicals also by supporting them, or biochar as well, or take out subsidies from both and let them compete. I mean, whatever suits best will again help us scale this. Third is on the research network which we have in India, the networks of the state universities. For carbon project generation and the carbon credit generation at ground, ground truthing plays a very, very important role. India has 15 agroclimatic zones, right? We are investing a significant portion of our precious capital, which we have raised, into setting up these experiments at the ground to understand how biogeochemical reactions happen in the soil, right? How nitrous oxide emissions, CH4 emissions, CO2 gas emissions happen in particular geography type. But we don't have the capital to do this across the country. I mean, if it will be very, very good if the government can help us with the network they have in the state universities to conduct such experiments on GHG and share that data on public forums, which we can use then to create these biogeochemical models and then figure out how and in what context in that particular geography, climate, hydrology, the carbon sequestration is happening or the reduction in the emissions are also happening across. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaushal. I think I've got a bell from the FICCI Secretariat to that I've crossed the time, so I won't be able to open this. I won't be able to open this session for questions. Probably one question, yes, sir.
Yeah, we have been very disciplined listeners. So few questions should be allowed. So I am taking a clue from Dr. Willie Murugan address. He he mentioned that there is the fertilizer subsidy to the extent of 4 to 5 lakh crores. So my question is, what is the potential of this carbon credit at the current value? Will it be able to offset this kind of subsidy in the fertilizer?
Yeah, certainly. Right on the track. Actually, it's a very, very flagship initiative of Government of India because our subsidy is very huge. There are two issues government is working. One is government is looking for alternate form of fertilizer so that the subsidy will come down. That alternate form will also qualify for green credit. So it should be say example efficient one. And second important thing, any work which are related to agriculture which improves the efficiency of fertilizer, particularly nitrogenous fertilizer, because I said initially nitrous oxide emission is one of the most potential greenhouse gas which are accelerating the climate change. So the main focus is not only carbon oxide but nitrous oxide emission, because it has a cascading effect in the atmosphere which will deplete the ozone also. So government is giving due credit if you are able to improve the efficiency of nitrogenous fertilizer. Particularly, that's why we are going for neem coated urea. And if you are now, the efficiency is only 30%. If the fertilizer use efficiency by any means, if it is increased, that should be given a credit, because that much quantity of nitrogen oxide you are reducing, that is equivalent to 1 ton of nitrous oxide is equivalent to 22 tons of carbon. 22 tons. On equivalent basis only we work it out. So it has very huge scope for industry like Agrotin. One Japanese company, they have come, Agrotin coated urea, neem coated urea, or even people are working on biostimulant based urea applications, improving the efficiency, nano formulations, then mineral based formulations, then enriching the organic manures like Govardhan scheme is there in government. That slurries and rooting media, then soilless cultivations, these all can be enriched with the nitrogen. That much nitrogen saved or improved efficiency will qualify for carbon credit.
I think some liquid urea is also coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Liquid urea, particularly hydroponics, it is mostly used. And now drones are coming in very large scale in India. So drones combined with liquid form of fertilizer, improving the efficiency. Instead of going for soil, we can directly apply into the foliage. So that also will reduce the nitrogen loss. Certainly that will qualify. That all comes under credit. Environmental safety also it comes.
Thank you very much, panelists. In fact, it was a great pleasure, a big learning experience for all of us. Thank you, audience, for being patient listeners. Unfortunately, I'm not able to open this session for interaction, but of course, all of us are available for discussion as we go ahead. And on behalf of all of us here, the panelists, we thank FICCI for giving us this opportunity to connect and to be in the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Vipuluri, and esteemed panelists for shedding lights on this critical topic. Before we wrap up the session, may I kindly ask our session chair to offer plants to each speaker. It's a gesture of appreciation. May I now request Dr. A. Murugan to present a plan to our chair, Mr. Vapulari, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We are now starting our final and third session. Please remain seated. In our final session, I'll just wait. Plant. In our final session, International Experiences on Sustainable Agriculture, Shri Siraj Hussain will guide us through global collaborations for sustainable agriculture. Let's welcome him and our esteemed international panelists to share their experiences. Shri Siraj Hussain, advisor FICCI and former secretary to Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and Uttar Pradesh and the Government of India, brings extensive experience in various capacities, including Deputy Manager Director at the National Cooperative Development Corporation. May I request sir to take a seat? Meanwhile, I'll call other panelists. His Excellency Dr. Manoj Nardev Singh, HE Secretary General of African Asian Rural Development Organization, ARDO. Mauritius has a distinguished career serving as Assistant Secretary General at ARDO and Secretary for Cooperative Development in the Ministry of Business, Enterprises and Cooperatives. May I request sir to come on the dais, please? Welcome, sir. Sir, please join us. Ms. Masami Uta, first secretary at the Embassy of Japan, India, with over 12 years of public sector experience, was appointed Food and Agri Attaché in June 2023. She previously led a demonstration project for advanced agriculture technology in Japan. Please, Ms. Uta, please welcome. Mr. Michel van Urkel, Agriculture Counselor at the Netherlands Embassy in India and Sri Lanka, has a background in trade promotion and policy advising. He promotes Dutch knowledge and technology for sustainable agriculture development. Welcome, Mr. Urkel. Ms. Pratibha Singh, Regional Manager, South Asia at the Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, ACR, based in New Delhi, has over 25 years of experience in crop improvement research and technology management, focusing on food security and climate change. Welcome, ma'am. Over to you, sir. Siraj, sir.
So thank you very much, and thanks the audience for joining this session, in which we will basically be listening to our friends from other countries about the best practices there. So I will start with Netherlands, which is one of the largest exporter of agricultural products in the world, even though it's a very small country. And as far as the trade of agricultural commodities within Europe is concerned, it is the largest. And there is enormous use of technology there, and anyone who goes there comes back highly impressed. So may I request you to give the introductory remarks about how you think we can use the relevant Dutch technologies in the Indian conditions. And anything else you would like to tell us about how you reached here and what can be the Indian learning from Dutch experience?
Well, thank you, and careful what you ask for. If I start talking, it's about usually for an hour or so. So I'll keep it short. So my name is Michiel van Erko. I'm the agricultural counselor at the Netherlands Embassy here in Delhi since 2.5 years. Enjoying myself and really seeing a possibility for Dutch-Indian cooperation. And exactly in the field of what you were asking, the possibilities of exchanging knowledge. And I would also say, also learning from our mistakes. And let's not repeat the mistakes that we made. Yes, we may be the second agricultural exporter after the US in the world, which is, to be honest, slightly crazy if you look at the size of our country. But that has also come at a toll. I mean, it has cost us our nature. Those who have followed some of the Dutch news and some of it recently after the elections in the Netherlands has even trickled through to the Indian media. But you may have seen discussions on nitrogen deposits in nature, for example. Well, those nitrogen deposits are mainly caused by our very intensive agriculture. And yes, we developed that over the past, let's say, 70 years after Second World War II, when we said hunger never again after Second World War. And we developed our agriculture and we innovated. I won't say that we invented protected cultivation, but together with Israel at least, we were very strong partners in organizing it. And we were, I would say, almost the strongest in protected cultivation. But again, it has come at its costs. And I think we can learn from those mistakes, and we are very open to sharing it. Because at the same time, being the second agricultural exporter also comes with a responsibility. And it's more and more, and here we're in line also with policies of Indian government. We think it's important to make in India, to produce in India. And then preferably, of course, with Dutch technology, Dutch seeds, etc. But let's not bring food from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Why not produce indeed in the countries where the food is actually consumed? And on the innovative side, yes, our greenhouses, you said people are impressed when they come from the Netherlands. I myself am still impressed if at night I land at Schiphol, our national airport, and you fly over the western part of the Netherlands. And why do I say at night? Because you will see the LED lights burning in our glass houses. Now, many Indians, they see this and they tell, yeah, but you're a cold country, you're a wet country. We can't work with those glass houses. Why do we need it? We have all the heat we need. We don't need it. Well, actually, and we were just at the World Food India a few weeks ago, and we demonstrated how even a glass house under Indian conditions can still be very effective in water efficiency, energy efficiency, in higher yields, and therefore also, coming back to Indian policy, doubling at least farmers' income. And sure, it's a huge investment at the beginning, but if you then look at the return on those investments, they are even bigger. So I think that we are very much open to share these kind of innovations, and also in mitigating, I would say, climate change, whether it's through modern seeds. All our Dutch seed companies are here present in India. We see, of course, agriculture suffering from either too much water or too little water. Well, seeds have been developed that can either with less water or with a lot of water still live. I would say that's a good alternative next to millets, which have been promoted so hugely, of course, this year. I mentioned the greenhouses. It's also about indeed, as was mentioned in the previous session, how to use drones to efficiently use pesticides and insecticides. How can we use blockchain was mentioned. Blockchain is also in the Netherlands under development. And that's also an interesting thing. If we look at the cooperation between the Netherlands and India, we also are really open to learn from India, especially if you look at the IT sector in India is of course very strong. Whether you go to Bangalore, Hyderabad, I just was in Lucknow, also Lucknow is developing. And we see interesting agricultural startups in agriculture working with IT, with new technology, with sensoring, which can be used, whether it's for carbon credits, as was mentioned in the previous session, or on giving a plant exactly what it needs and not flooding it with water. Just a few opening remarks to start off, to kick off.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. When I come back to you, we would also like to know from you the extensive use of greenhouses and what is the impact on climate, but maybe later on. Now, I will request Ms. Ota, First Secretary Embassy of Japan. As we know, Japanese agriculture is highly protected and the tariffs are very high. But it seems, I'm not sure about it. I know very little about Japanese agriculture, but it seems that digital farming technology is being extensively used and there is a lot of effort to save water and use fertilizers more prudently. So tell us something about how you are doing it.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad to be here. I came to India like last June, so it's just like 6 months past, and I enjoyed like a variety of like so various fruits and vegetables with my kids. I'm so happy to. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm glad to be here. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. We believe it is crucial to implement innovative technologies, not only Japanese technology, but today I'd like to introduce our technologies tailored to local conditions through our collaboration. Actually, like in my previous position, I managed advanced technology project, and we demonstrated so many kinds of like advanced technology around Japan, like in more than 200 areas. But in my opinion, like even the technology is very good, but the important point is like it's the technology itself is like suitable to the local people or not. So so that therefore like I think it's really important to like we have to like arrange and define the like suitable technology to the local people and the local areas. So for example, in Asian region, including Japan, where paddy rice is widely grown, we need to address the climate change while enhancing productivity in paddy field farming in ways suitable to the high temperature and humidity that we face. A noteworthy technique we are focusing on is midterm drainage. It is a technique to drain water from the paddy field, which is an emission source of methane in the middle of the rice cultivation land. Normally, the duration of the drainage is about a week. However, our research results show that this technique has proven to reduce methane emission by 30% without compromising yield. The technique that was invented by Japan can be applied to Asia and other regions widely, where climate and farming condition is similar to Japan. Japan have successfully collected these research achievements that can contribute to reducing GHG emissions chemical fertilizer, pesticide usage, and published them as technology catalog this year, of course in English as well. Another distinguished achievement registered in this catalog is a BNI enhanced wheat. BNI means biological nitrification inhibition. This cultivar sustains its yield despite a 60% reduction in nitrogen fertilizer usage, demonstrating a potential decrease in greenhouse gas emissions. Japan have launched a project last year together with National Research Institute in India to introduce BNI wheat in the northern part of India and to measure the actual impact from economic and environmental perspective. In addition to this technological collaboration, Japan promotes various policies toward achieving sustainable food system along with our national strategy known as Midori strategy. Midori means green. Last July, a relevant legislation which accelerates this strategy entered into force. Presently, both the national and local government are actively addressing climate change concerns. I trust that Japan's diverse knowledge and experiences may prove beneficial to our collaboration in this endeavor. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. As we know, even going forward to 2030, India will continue to remain deficient in pulses. And therefore, in all likelihood, our import dependence on African countries for pulses is going to continue. A study was released last week by ICRIER and NABARD in which the demand and supply projections to 2030 have been estimated, and they show that in case of pulses, our deficiency is likely to continue. So we are thankful to Dr. Manoj Nardev Singh ji, His Excellency Secretary General, African Asian Rural Development Organization. I would request him to speak about the productivity of pulses in the African countries on which we depend for our requirement of pulses, especially tur and urad, Malawi, for example, Mozambique, whether there is any strategy in place to meet the threat of climate change in these countries, and what crops are likely to be affected by climate change, and which countries in Africa are more vulnerable, because it is not only that some countries of Africa meet the Indian requirement, but also several countries of Africa depend on India for import of rice. And at the moment, due to the ban imposed on export of non-basmati rice, those countries must be facing a lot of difficulty. So over to you, Dr. Nardev Singh ji.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think with your permission, Chair, let me first of all have a few words on my organization itself. It's a real interesting network, especially with all protocol respected. I know that here we are having many corporate houses, and we are a network connecting Africa and Asia. We are representing 32 countries in Africa, some of the countries mentioned by the chairman here. And obviously, we are very much concerned about rural development by the name of the organization itself. And agriculture is something very much related to rural development, just like in India and many countries in Asia, in Africa, we live in villages. And obviously, agriculture is very, very important component of all this. As a platform, we are trying our best to leverage what we call the South-South and triangular cooperation. And we focus very much on human resource development. This is where we exchange technologies available from one country to another country. We run a very specific program. In India with ICAO, we are running lots of programs. With IITs, we are running programs for functionaries and high-level technicians in African countries and Asian countries operating from Delhi. We've got 3 regional offices in Africa and 3 regional offices in Asia. And I think today we are also having our session here when COP28 is starting over there with a very high mention on climate. Climate is very high on the agenda. And we are afraid that the whole world, there is a session there on global stocktake. We are surely not on track for reducing the temperature. And I think it's our common concern from government, academicians, and people from the business sector also. We have to come together and urgently fight for that climate change. We really need to be, maybe I will say, more ambitious and select and accelerate our commitment, and let's try together to garner increased political will also, because without political will we won't be able to have all these. And as I'm highlighting from the rural perspective of the African and Asian countries, we know that challenges are more serious in these countries. Challenges are serious because the way we cultivate, even if talking about pulses also, we don't have many African countries do not have that much of technology, and they are relying, they are expecting, especially when India is leading the global south. We've just completed the G20. I think this is an opportune moment to take further more collaboration between India, African countries, Asian countries, and even European countries who are having co-panelists who are very ready to share technologies. I will I've got a lot of things to share, but I think because of time, paucity of time, we will not be able to go through all this. But we do understand that pulses are very much climate smart, and some of our member countries, both in India, is one of the largest producer and consumer. And the countries in Africa, we've got only a few countries which are able to export. Otherwise, many of these countries, they are also having their own internal policies, coupled with their own local technologies to make sure that pulses become part of their own consumption pattern and production pattern also. FAO, we know, has prioritized the production of pulses as a strategy itself to meet the Sustainable Development Goal, and especially to meet that SDG 2, which unfortunately we know that the world is failing. It's very, very aberrant, I will say aberrant also, that we are not able as a collective, human beings and the society, we are not able to feed the world, we are not able to eradicate poverty. We are left only with 7 years to go till the end of the 2030. I'm very much afraid that this deadline will have to be extended, or they will be having other SDGs. To come specific to the chairperson request, I know that from our records, some of them are not our member countries. We've got 19 member countries in Africa, but we've got Tanzania, Malawi, Ethiopia, and Mozambique. They have been traditional producers, and they are also exporting to India and other parts also. Sudan, unfortunately, we know that there is a turmoil going on there, the internal type of conflicts which is there. But Sudan also is one of the latest entrants in the pulses market. Mike, coming to this, we are very much happy to be associated with FICCI. And I would like to give an open invitation to corporate houses to join us also from our network to connect India to African countries, as Africa as a continent has a huge potential. We know that very recently we've got now an open connected market of Africa. So I will invite even corporate houses, with your permission, Chair, to come and start even the pulses business from Africa to be exported back to India and to be marketed free without any barriers within the African continent itself. In figures, you will certainly know that Africa is another India in terms of population. So if you have the 55 countries of Africa, that will make you another population of India. So it's a big types of market. Please connect to us. We are very much aware that without technology, we are happy that Japan has been sharing a few of the technologies. Our colleagues also are here. We have got a special type of what we call it an ATM under our strategic framework up to 2030 in audio. So we'll invite corporate houses, those having technologies, to please post this one in our ATM so that other people also can easily connect and you can also have business opportunity to be tapped. We will be facilitating that one. I'm just coming back from Zambia. The Minister of Agriculture there also, we are very much in touch with so many ministers of agriculture in Africa. They are very, very much keen to give lots of incentive and lots of facilities, especially to transfer technology, not only from the business perspective. So pulses would be on the market, and pulses are very, very, I mean, there are many stalwarts here. I do not wish to elaborate on the benefits of pulses as regards to the climate change and sustainability of development. And pulses brings protein, pulses save people. Many women and children are being saved by these type of pulses. Figures, the chairperson has just highlighted, there are reports which are saying that we've got an it is quite increasing, but it's very increasing very slow. 1.1% increase per year has been registered on production of pulses. We need more if we want to save the world, if you want to connect the world and have a better food and nutrition for greater number of people in this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, many of us are aware that ICRISAT has been working with African countries, and in India also there has been a technological breakthrough for chana, due to which the productivity has substantially increased. So thank you very much, Dr. Nardev Singh. Now we have Dr. Pratibha Singh, who is the regional head of Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. I understand it is something like ICAR, is it? So Australian ICAR, yeah. So tell us something about what this organization is doing as far as research is concerned. We know that productivity of several crops in India is much lower than that in Australia, and I think in order to meet our increasing need of pulses, there may be a possibility of signing some long-term, medium-term agreement with Australia. And Australia has been very successful in negotiating a trade deal, which is already a landmark and a model for other countries. Everybody keeps giving example of Australia. So we know that Australia has been very successful. So tell us something, Dr. Pratibha Singh, about what has been your major area of concern? How do you see the India-Australia partnership going forward?
Yeah, thank you, sir. And also at this point, I'd like to thank FICCI. This is my first time to be here. And I have prepared a small presentation. If you agree, I can just share the presentation. And so basically, before going to the slide, I just wanted to mention here that ACR, which is Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, has completed 40 years of research in India. So, which is a quite milestone for us. So I just thought it's good moment to share this. And just before going to ACIR, I just thought let me share what are the climate extremes now becoming norms in South Asia. So if you can see on the screen, like over 800 million people live in climate hot spots. In 22, South Asia saw highest temperature recorded in 122 years. Then flood alone could cost South Asia around US dollar 215 billion a year. And there are, by 2050, climate migrants can reach to 40 million. So this is like, I just wanted to, since morning we are hearing this. And the left, there is a recent report from IFPRI, where you can see the flood is becoming the prominent climate risk, along with the like heat and everything, like heat, drought, everything is there, but the flood is becoming more prominent here. Then in the second slide, I just thought like, since I am representing South Asia to ACIR, by the way, I'm Indian national, not the Australian national, so I'm representing South Asia. So I just always highlight to my organization why South Asia is important. So if you can see, South Asia's success in building resilience crisis response system has implication for global development agenda and also sustainability of global food system. So it's not only to South Asia or to India. And then the solutions in terms of agriculture research perspective, they are very simple and also complex. Climate resilient and sustainable agriculture, including biotic and developing abiotic and biotic stress tolerance, risk mitigation, like prediction and also modeling. Is another way. And then this chart is on the malnutrition. So if you can see, like all the South Asian countries are highly malnutrition also. So biofortification could be also one of the options. So with this, I just wanted to go ahead. What is the Australia's development policy in South Asia? And you can see it's like working with the partners to create a stable, prosperous, and resilient agriculture. So I'm not going into the details. This is available on the website as well. But just I wanted to highlight here is like what are the focus are transboundary challenges, deploying Australian expertise in water resources and agriculture, trade and infrastructure, capacity building, gender equality, and climate change are these priorities. And there are like for this, there are several programs are running in South Asia. Now coming back to my organization, what we do. So we are part of Australian aid program, and we partner with the agriculture researchers in developing world, and with the Australian expertise and also international expertise. It's not limited to Australian expertise only. And then basically we fund, facilitate, and manage research partnerships. So that's why I was liking this workshop since morning, that we are talking about partnership. So this is our core of our organization. We believe in partnerships. So like if you can see that multidisciplinary partnerships or research partnerships are quite easy, and but when you move into the interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary, it gets complicated when we involve all the stakeholders working towards a common goal. So it's a challenging task, but this is the way I think we are talking since morning going forward. And then I will not go into the like its overall goal is to improve agriculture productivity, sustainability, and resilience. And okay, yeah. So it just this is just, I will skip what this like in the Asia Pacific what ACR is there, but in India, like we have a regional approach. Then value of current projects are around 34 Australian AUD million, and then projects are about 30. And there are several research programs on crop, water, forestry, agribusiness, climate change, fisheries, soil, and land management. So this is just to give you a snapshot, like what is the overall priority. So since morning we are discussing on water management, soil management, then refocusing on farming system, climate change research. Then we like to continue focus on improving stress tolerance crops. Wheat and pulses are focus area, but it's not limited to wheat and pulses. Then a new focus is coming up with the improving value chains, diversification, and post-harvest management. So these are the overall priorities for next. So when you see the resilience, if like efficiency, inclusive, and resilience of the theme of this summit today, so you can see there is a efficiency in terms of management, research, as well as inclusiveness. In I mean, gender and inclusiveness is also overall cross-cutting area, and also what you can see that resilience. So this is actually what is the theme. That's our priorities, and these are the programs. So I will not go into like very detail, but the current national partners are ICR, obviously, IIPR, IIFSR, which is Farming System Research. UBKB is in West Bengal, BCKB in West Bengal, then Ramkrishna Mission again in West Bengal, and World Bank. So these are the specific partners at the moment what we are working. And so I think we have been discussing about the conservation agriculture or regenerative agriculture since morning. So I just thought just to share the data for I think it's like big experiment after CISA we have taken as a project, and it's a regional project from India, Bangladesh, and Nepal. So you can see that 5 to 10% increase in system yields. So these are the experimental evidence of conservation agriculture, and then 16 to 56% profitability. Then there is a labor reduction in energy, irrigation, water, and also CO2 emissions. So these are the experimental evidence from, I think, I don't remember the number of plots, maybe more than 100 experiments. Then these are the few tools what we developed. It's more on the for example, sensing the water moisture. Then again, groundwater depth sensor. So this program was in Rajasthan and Orissa, and it was kind of sensitizing the farmers how to manage their, so they can manage on their own groundwater by using that. So those type of technology. Then crop modeling and climate modeling, as well as happy seeders. So I think burning crop residue burning, since we are morning we talking. So this is like you can plant the crops inside the residue, and also coupled with the residue management system. Then we have also recently opened a conservation agriculture training center. So these are the some kind of technology I wanted to. And then there are some other research which is these are snapshot from Bangladesh. I will not go into detail because I think you will be interested to know that in International Mung-Bean Improvement Network, we have find some resistant yellow mosaic lines as well. So these are the some key achievements of the program. Then again, we are promoting the regional collaboration, as I already mentioned. Yeah, this was my final things. So I should stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha Singh. Thanks a lot. So we have about 20 minutes, 18 minutes or so for a discussion between you and the panelists. But before I hand over to you, I have a question for Mr. Arkil. One of the perennial issues in Indian horticulture is the food losses in the supply chain. So what are the losses in Netherlands, if any?
Well, I won't say that there are no losses, of course, but I think the interesting thing with food loss, and this is sometimes there's some confusion, food loss, food waste. But if you put food loss on the farmer side, on the production side, and food waste on the other side, at the consumer side, the interesting difference that you would see is actually that the food waste in the Netherlands is relatively high, whereas the food loss on storage, transport, processing is extremely low. We have succeeded in optimizing our storage I mentioned it before, I think, in using seeds that provide vegetables with the same nutrition but with a longer shelf life, which again reduces the waste of food on that part of the chain. But yeah, I mean, my answer can be very short. I mean, the food losses, it's definitely something we don't talk about in the Netherlands. We talk about it if we talk about India, indeed. And I think there is a world to gain if we could reduce those food losses. And not only from a point of view that it's a loss of labor, a loss of investment when we lose our food, but also from a climate point of view. I mean, all these lost and wasted food result in more greenhouse gases. So if we can reduce that, that's a win-win-win situation.
Thank you. So here we would like to believe that at the consumer end, there are no losses in India, but and there are very few studies which have gone into this question. There is a very small study from Dehradun, but I think as Indians also, especially the better off Indians, people like us sitting in this room, we also waste a lot of food, especially in marriages and ceremonies and things like that. Anyway, so maybe FICCI can note.
Allow me, I didn't say that there wasn't food waste in India. I said that the focus is more on food losses, but I fully agree with your assessment. And we're working on it with ITCF SAM actually to see if we can do a pilot, especially in the hospitality, indeed for the weddings, the buffet. You've all been in these fantastic hotels where at breakfast you'll see this fantastic, great buffet. But at the end of the buffet, I always think, okay, but what's going to happen to the leftovers? Is the Samaritan Act working properly as it should? Or, according to the chefs I speak to, it hasn't?
Actually, we don't know. So maybe FICCI should contact someone who will sponsor a study on food wastage at consumer end. Anyway, so thank you very much, all the panelists. Now we are open. We have about 15 minutes for any questions, any observation. Normally, the complaint is that the audience does not get time. So you have a lot of time.
Sir, I would like to know that in Holland, what factors make it a highly their agriculture produces quite high compared to Indian agriculture. So, what are the main factors which enable it?
As I said, I think the main factor is maybe a historical one. No more hunger after Second World War, which stimulated innovation in agriculture. Secondly, I mean, do you know the size of the Netherlands? Well, I don't know it exactly in square kilometers, but it's the size of a post stamp, especially if I compare it to India. So we had to be very efficient. And of course, we have a very fertile soil. We have plenty of water. Actually, nowadays, we sometimes have too much water, although it also should be said we sometimes have too little water. But we have learned to be very efficient with our water. We've been lucky. The glass greenhouse development was also stimulated by the fact that we had, I think, the second largest gas deposit in the world. And gas is, of course, the fuel for heating your greenhouses when needed. That is a burden at this moment, to be honest, with the need to reduce the use of fossil fuels. But again, I'm also, for me, the glass is always half full, even at this one. In this case, I see it as an opportunity actually to invest in innovations in agriculture. We were one of the first, I think, to invest in LED lighting for our greenhouses, reducing energy and improving actually the quality, both nutritious and quantity-wise, of our products. So pointing out one or maybe 2, 3, 4 factors, I find it very difficult. Maybe one I should mention, because that is, I think, a globally very important one. We have also largely invested in our knowledge center. Wageningen University, and strangely enough, in India, most people can actually pronounce Wageningen University because that's so well known. Wageningen University is the agricultural university of the Netherlands, and it's the #1 agricultural university in the world. Next to that, you have a lot of vocational trainings, and I think that we've succeeded in bridging the difference between our farmers and those vocational and universities. Quite often, professors, doctors are at a too high level to be able to reach out to the farmers. Now, our farmers are highly educated, but this has taken us decades and decades. But I do think that having so much knowledge really helped for our agriculture becoming so strong.
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Michael. Hello, this side.
One question from a person. Yes, please carry on. Then we come to you, ma'am, after him.
My concern to Mr. Michael is that you are one of the prime member of World Organic Congress. So, what is the main frame of awareness? Do you have any awareness with the Government of India program for organic agriculture associated with Indian agricultural industries actually?
Well,
your
you caught me
opinion,
there.
please.
Yeah, you caught me there. I'm definitely not an expert on this topic, on organics. I can say that if I look at the Netherlands, organic has been growing by double digits over the past few years. But to be honest, that's very easy if you come from zero. Then it's easy to grow from 1,000K to 10,000K. As far as I know, there is a lot of happening on organics here in India. There is also a lot of discussion on it, to be honest. And now I'm looking from the outside. I know, for example, in discussions that I have with colleagues here in Delhi, agricultural council colleagues from the US, from Europe, from the European delegation, that there is quite often an argument on whether products in India are definitely really organic or biological or whatever kind of non-traditional agriculture you would name it. I think it's worth investing in India in the certification of organic products, in making sure that, first of all, the farmer receives really the extra price that he could get or she could get for their organic products. And secondly, that the consumer really receives organic products. I can even tell you from myself, I mean, I trust a valuable organization like FSSAI, but when I buy eggs in the market, which are certified free of antibiotics, okay, I buy them because I have no alternatives. But I still, as a consumer, as an Indian consumer, I would say, I want guarantees. And I think that's a change in the consumer pattern also here in India. Consumers are becoming much more and more demanding of the quality and the safety of their food. And that's where FSSAI is investing in. And I think there's a world to win even there. So I'm not really answering your question, but that's some ideas I get from your question. Sorry.
Sir, you have mentioned of an agriculture university in Netherlands.
Hello. Yeah, hi. Michael, my question is going to come in two parts. This is Komal Bukhanwala from SML. The Netherlands was one of the first countries to actually reduce 25% nitrogen-based fertilizers due to groundwater contamination of nitrates exceeding permissible levels for drinking and even other uses. Despite the change, despite the nitrate report and the nitrate group that's been formed in the Netherlands, and despite the reduction of the fertilizer, the groundwater levels in some parts have not come down. So how is the Netherlands looking at this in terms of what it plans to do? And the second part of my question again relates to nitrates. France recently has banned the nitrate-based preservatives in meat, linking it directly to cancer. Is there going to be regulation in Europe that's going to soon start measuring nitrate in fruits, vegetables, and cereals? Thank you.
Yeah, well, on the first question, yes. We've recognized, and again, this is also part because we're a small country, but nitrogen deposits in nature, whether it's groundwater or nature in general, are a big threat to the Netherlands. Some of you may have heard about discussions on halving the livestock in the Netherlands. because livestock is the main cause of nitrogen in nature. So reducing nitrogen fertilizers is just one small step. I do think, I mean, the discussion on halving livestock has been blown up in view of the elections that we had, and it's a very visible thing, of course. And the Netherlands is known for its dairy sector, and now you tell me you're going to halve the number of cattle. That's amazing. But at the same time, it's just part of the bigger discussion on how can we fight climate change again. How can we preserve nature, biodiversity? I remember as a child traveling to the south of France, and we had to stop every 3 hours or so because all the insects on your windshield. To be honest, when I travel now to the south of France, there are no longer insects on my windshield, which shows that really something in a very short term has changed. So the need to reduce the nitrogen is still very relevant. In the previous discussion, it was said, yeah, but why are we discussing this in India based on figures from the US or the UK? Fine. I mean, whatever figures you use, I think also in India, I just saw the FAO report. It said that 16% of the methane emissions, for example, from livestock comes actually from India. It is the biggest dairy producer in the world. So I think we really have to learn here, how can we reduce methane, nitrogen, and all these other stuff that causes the changes. Now, your question on the nitrate-based preservations for food and meats, I can imagine it will. I mean, if the French start it, then they will definitely talk about it in Brussels. But I'm not an expert on this. But I can imagine that this, as a result of the need to reduce the nitrogen in nature, France has taken this step. The steps will be definitely also be reflected in EU policy. And then, of course, yes, it will also reflect on the import rules, counting for products coming, for example, from India. We see that now, of course, if we talk about antibiotics, for example. Antibiotic is, well, strictly controlled at the European borders, unfortunately, usually in the harbor of Rotterdam. So we get all the blame, but it's EU rules, to be honest. But that means, for example, that the shrimp industry in India, who is a big exporter of shrimps, often is in big trouble because they can't get their shrimps into the European market. Too high antibiotics residues. It's just to give an example of what might happen if this kind of nitrate-based preservations are forbidden in Europe. It will also definitely affect the Indian exports to, for example, Europe. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So one last question now. No, somebody had raised his hand. You, sir, yes. Yeah. Please carry on.
Yeah, sir.
So he has the last word.
Yeah. This question is to Sir Manoj, sir. So you were talking about pulses only, which I heard. Can we think about other crops like spices, flowers, etc.? That is number one. Then we have some experiences as a company on pilot projects in Indian-owned lands. Some Indians owned land. We faced challenges of lack of fuel, power, etc. So, is there any government-owned land where these fuel, power, water, everything is available, and we can take lease and we can do the projects?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. I think because we had that indication to talk about pulses, but I'll say this is a network of Africa and Asia connecting 32 countries at one place. So you just imagine, you just name it, any type of projects you want to take in between these countries, we are the one doing the connection, we will be doing the bridge, and we can easily facilitate on that. And as I'm telling you, there are some of the countries which have already elaborated very clear policies, investment policies. They want to attract investors. And we've heard it from the dais here. There are many technologies. There are many exigencies also. So we have to make sure that we cooperate from the private sector, the government sector, and we can implement those exigencies. and also tap on the opportunities. I will give you a very simple example. Some countries, they're already giving state lands with infrastructure, with all the required things to get started your business, with the proviso that you empower the local people. You give part of that technology to be transferred also, and they will be on a contract type of whatever formula can be reached. There are possibilities for these type of ventures. Maybe I've got the flow. I will seize the opportunity because here we are talking about very advanced countries. India having lots of consumption and production pattern also. And I will seize this opportunity with the permission of the chair to ask whether FICCI can coordinate a project where we can take technologies from Netherlands, from Australia, from Japan. We've been discussing also with scientists from Japan. So that can be coordinated through ADO, African Asian Rural Development Organization, so that will benefit both the producers, the owners of the technologies also will be benefiting from that, and finally the end users, the African continent and other Asian countries also. We are talking very much about Africa, but we are very much connected with Asian countries. We are connected with the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development. So the potential is enormous. An open invitation to FICCI to follow up on that, and to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the panelists. And we would like to welcome Mr. Bahuguna, who is the former Secretary Agriculture and my boss. Sir, we are finishing well in time, 5 minutes before the allotted time. So for any other interaction, please use the tea time.
Yes. A sincere thanks to you, sir, and our international speakers for broadening our perspective. Before we close, may I request our session chair to present plans to all speakers as a token of appreciation. I request Ms. Pratibha Singh to present a plan to sir, our chair. Before we proceed further with the grand finale of our award ceremony, let's take a short break for tea. We will start the award ceremony on time. Request everyone to get settled on time. Thank you.
No, but it's almost we are starting.
Okay, let me know because I'm meeting. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm honored to invite our distinguished guests to join us on stage. Their presence adds immense value to our summit. May I now invite Mr. T.R. Keswan, Chairman, FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Group President, FA. Shri Siraj Hussain, Advisor, FICCI and former Secretary to the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Uttar Pradesh. Shri Pravesh Sharma, Chairman, FICCI Task Force on FPOs and Director Sammunity. Mr. Ashish Bahuguna, former Agriculture Secretary and Chairperson of SSAI. Before we start, may I request Mr. Siraj Hussain, sir, to present plants to all, plants to everyone on the stage as a token of appreciation.
Well, I was not aware of the fact that it has to be a podium speech for 10 minutes.
These plants embody a collective collection and dedication to nurturing a sustainable future for agriculture. So there's one more. With this small gesture, may I invite Mr. T.R. Keswan, Chairman, FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Group President, FA, for his opening address. Unfortunately, due to unexpected circumstances, Keswan sir couldn't be with us today in person, but he has joined us virtually. Can you hear us, sir?
Sure, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So you are on mute, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. First of all, let me apologize that I could not make this in person. Unfortunately, I've been traveling a little too much in the last a month or so. I'm still continuing my travels. And there's something I always made a point to be there along with the entire FICCI Secretariat for such awards and such functions, especially when it relates to sustainable agriculture. So, permit me to have talking to all of you in a virtual mode, and let me welcome all of you for the FICCI's third Sustainable Awards and Summit. I've been really looking back, and on when I reminiscence, I say I'm really happy to report that we are now on the third edition of FICCI Sustainable Agricultural Summit, which I understand has started in the morning. And I also been told that we had some excellent opening and with some very eminent speakers from the various agricultural industries from India and across the globe who spoke on different aspects of building sustainable agriculture value chain. I have been a very ardent proponent of sustainability in agriculture. At every opportunity I had to talk, I always said that it is important to create a sustainable agriculture with technology, especially in today's the negative impact of climate change, which is actually becoming unpredictable and sometimes unfathomable across the global agro ecosystems. And it can be vagaries as monsoon, it can be reducing soil carbon, soil erosion, invasive pests, and reduced crop yield, and by and large driven by the climate change. FAO has estimated that the climate change could easily push additional 122 million people into extreme poverty by 2030, and this will be largely due to the impact of agriculture and food security. And I think it is important for us to ensure that as much as possible, we need to mitigate this and see how best we can preserve a sustainability in agriculture, which is, to my knowledge, very, very long overdue. And it is becoming paramount and extremely urgent today. Even in India, with the small and medium farmers, what we have, we estimate that between 2016 and 21, the unpredictable events, which was extreme in nature, such as cyclone, flash floods, and landslide, caused damage to crops over 36 million hectares. And it is estimated that the farmers have lost around $3.75 billion in this period, which is a huge sum for the farmers because this actually and directly impacts them because it is their out of pocket expenditure that is being completely vanishing in front of their eyes. So it is a very critical factor for India, especially considering that we have small and very small farmers who will not be able to sustain these kind of shocks. Small farmers, because of all this, take the brunt and are in the forefront of facing the climate crisis. While one hand, agriculture is adversely affected by climate change, and other, it is also a contributor to the phenomenon. So it is a question of sometimes really look back chicken or egg situation. If we can do a sustainable agriculture, we may be able to also improve the climate crisis, if not fully, but definitely partly. Why am I saying this? The total greenhouse gas emission from agriculture, non-judicious use of agri inputs, lack of knowledge, or unwilling to change. And I'll also say lack of knowledge or unwilling to change to the good agricultural practices represent an enormous challenge to agricultural sustainability. While I always appreciate farmers that they have the resilience, but we also have an issue that whenever a new technology, a new way of doing agriculture, which can be proven self sustainable, it also becomes difficult to get it across the farmers unless otherwise we are willing to work extremely closely with them. And it also means that a lot of foot on the ground and enormous efforts both by the private sector and the government. And we always notice that while we have extremely good small innovative hubs, the question of scaling it and ensuring that everybody is willing to change has always been an issue in not only in Indian agriculture, I will say it is a general problem with all the agriculture in the world. Today, as I said, farmers need to be educated because they take the complete impact of the climate change. And there has to be a measurable improvement. Considering the small and fragile farmers in India almost constitute 85% of operational holdings in India. The issue is also, while we talk about 12 crore farmers, which also includes land and landless farmers, and some of these things affect both of them drastically, but to different measures. As we embark on a new era of agriculture with enormous pressure to produce more food, here I will add one more point. One is the pressure to produce more food, and I like to emphasize that it is also extremely important to reduce the waste, because every kilogram of waste we reduce is as good as producing 1 kilogram more. And it is also very, very important considering the land sizes, shrinking water and other natural resources. So one is not only increase in productivity, but also reduce in waste. Both are equally important to be self-sustainable. And there is also a need, urgent need to develop some impactful programs to support and empower farmers with knowledge for sustainable agriculture and resilient production. I'm happy to say in this juncture that I happened to be present in the Club of Bologna meeting where they had international agricultural experts present in Hanover about 20 days back. One of the things we had an opportunity to present was representing India. What are we doing with technology in India? And it gives me a great pleasure to state that many of the people across the world appreciated the sustainable nature of Indian agriculture that is moving towards using the technology as the cutting edge, the technology as a equalizer of small farms and small fields, and technology which enables traceability and also can ensure waste reduction. It was an interesting topic, and I'm really happy that we got a very, very serious acknowledgement how good India is progressing in the right direction. And sometimes I feel the Western world really do not understand what we really do in small measures. And when suddenly it can catch us up into a large quantum leap, that is the time everybody wakes up and knowledge and looks at it. Anyhow, coming back to the fact that issue of sustainability is becoming very, very important. I think some of the sessions what you have been doing in FICCI towards this particular uh, end, I think is going to be some small steps taken to make giant leaps in the future. Today's session has two important components. First is the knowledge report, which is as usual prepared by strenuous efforts of Yes Bank and with their knowledge bank. I always call Yes Bank a knowledge bank on agriculture because I've been working with them pretty closely in many of these areas. And obviously, our own FICCI team, along with our, our own Mr. Parvesh Sharma and Bhaskar Reddy, and other members of the FICCI National Agricultural Committee. The second part is the third FICCI Sustainable Agricultural Awards. We always believed that it is important to acknowledge people who create a change. They create a change in the right direction for a simple reason that they need to be applauded. At the same time, they can become landmarks for others to follow. So I'm extremely excited and look forward to the session and the deliberations in this session. And with all these words, let me once again welcome all the delegates and the special dignitaries. And once again, my profound apologies that I'm not able to be present in person, which I genuinely believe is something I'm missing and which I would like to avoid in the future. Thank you, and back to you, Neha.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your insightful perspective on the event's theme. Now let's welcome Shri Siraj Hussain, Advisor FICCI and former Secretary to the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Uttar Pradesh, and the Government of India. Brings extensive experience in various capacities, including Deputy Managing Director at the National Cooperative Development Corporation. He is a distinguished figure in agriculture governance, and we are privileged to have him today to share his insights on a sustainable agriculture landscape. Over to you, sir.
I think I will be very brief today because Mr. Bahuguna is our mentor. He has been in the agriculture ministry for long years, and anyone who has worked there in the last 10-15 years has spent time with him. So we would like to hear him. In any case, I keep coming quite often. So I would like to inform you all that a number of initiatives of the government of India were taken when he was in the ministry. So whether it is NICRA project of ICAR, I am sure he will say something about that. Sir, please say something about NICRA. And also the more well-known scheme project called the National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. So he would have been associated with that from the very beginning, and he would have seen how from one government things are transformed to another government and what happens during that transition. I would only say that the events since February 2022 have shown how important is the management of risk due to climate change for Indian agriculture. As you would be aware that many senior functionaries of the government were not quite informed about the adverse impact of excessive heat in February 2022. And we were talking about feeding the world and so on. We exported record quantities. In fact, our agricultural exports exceeded $50 billion in that year. And then this excessive heat of February 2022 resulted in lower wheat output, then ban on export of wheat, and then the erratic monsoon of last year, where we had deficient rains in eastern UP, Bihar, and very erratic monsoon this year, where we had very deficient rainfall in August, and on the whole, deficient rainfall in eastern India again. So these events have shown that our agricultural surpluses are very marginal. In fact, there was an opinion some 3 years back that we have become permanently surplus nation as far as agriculture production is concerned. But the events of last 2 years have shown that our surpluses are very marginal. And as a result of that, the government had to ban. In fact, I have written in support of the ban because no government can tolerate very high food inflation. So even though it does have an adverse impact on farmers' incomes, but then no government can afford to have very high food inflation. And the reason is that most of the farmers are very small farmers and they are also net buyers of food. So I think there is a realization in the government and outside that much more needs to be done to develop technologies for climate change. And I leave it for Mr. Bahuguna and Pravesh. Pravesh has more experience than most of us in the government because since his retirement, he has been actively working on the ground. Otherwise, we are mostly confined, people like us are confined to Delhi and Bombay and big places. He has been going to the field, working with FPOs and I think he will throw some very deep insight into how farmers are actually coping up with this challenge. So that is all from me, and you can invite Pravesh or Mr. Bahuguna depending on your schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your contributions to the discourse on sustainable agriculture are nothing short of visionary. May I now invite Shri Pravesh Sharma, Chairman FICCI Task Force on FPOs and Director Sammunity for his address. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So as I said, two of my former bosses and great well-wishers, gurus in a sense. I think I can't recall the last time the three of us were together on one table, maybe in room 142, sir. Welcome Sanjay to the panel as well, ladies and gentlemen. So I join everyone else in complimenting FICCI for keeping the focus on sustainability in agriculture. But I think it's fair to give warning that I'm going to be a bit of a party pooper here, because I've said this perhaps already several times in various fora in FICCI and elsewhere. So apologies to those who heard this litany from me before. I believe that we are making a big mistake by looking at sustainability in agriculture related to the climate crisis as an integrated standalone issue. While the truth is that agriculture is facing a four-cornered crisis. The climate crisis is very real, but it's one of the four corners of the crisis that agriculture is facing. Before the climate crisis, I would, in order of priority, rate number one the investment crisis for more than a decade and a half, and it's nothing to do with any recent government initiative or lack of it. For over 15 years, agriculture is witnessing a declining investment trend, both by the public sector as well as by the private sector. And that is at the root of many of the other adverse impacts that have been, you could say, accentuated by the climate crisis. So number one, I would put the investment crisis in agriculture. Secondly, I would talk about the factor crisis in agriculture. Much before climate change has manifested itself in the current form, our productivity on land, water, other natural resources, and labor is consistently falling. And I'm only basing myself on government data and government publications, which is all that we have to go by. So there is an investment crisis. There is a factor crisis. There's a third, perhaps most worrying long-term crisis, which is the human resource crisis. The young just do not want to stay in agriculture. This sounds like a contradiction. This is a labor surplus country. But I was sharing with somebody, one of the reasons why DSR in paddy is not taking off is that DSR leads to higher weed infestation, and there is just not enough labor, even in eastern UP, Bihar and Bengal, to take care of weeding. Farmers prefer flooded paddy cultivation because at least it doesn't, give them this weed issue to deal with. So I would place the climate crisis in the fourth corner of this quadrangle. So the investment crisis, the factor crisis, the human resource crisis has certainly now been added. This list has been added by the climate crisis. To address sustainability, we will have to look at this entire diagram in its totality. You cannot simply pick out the challenge of the climate crisis and blame the farmer both as a contributor and demand that he convert now himself into a mitigator while ignoring the other three crises that he is facing. And I'm using the word he deliberately because we know that more than 96% of all land holdings are registered in the name of males. So it is actually the male who will have to be addressed. Of course, there have been initiatives, mostly ad hoc. Mr. Siraj mentioned a couple of government initiatives. There have certainly been some pilots by the private sector. There are some very eminent brand names here. All of them have either under CSR or under research or other initiatives. There are some interesting pilots on the ground, but nothing of the scale that is required to address this crisis in totality. And I believe that we are ignoring the lessons from an earlier very successful model of agricultural transformation, when this country, which practiced very traditional agriculture, when the Green Revolution technologies came, they were as alien in terms of package of practices as today's sustainable package of practices are. How did we convert a country that grew only 50 million tons, 50 million tons of food was produced in this country in 1950? More than 330 million tons was produced last year. You have problems of storage. Yes, there are temporary, challenges, but the overall trend is that we have sustained at a very high level. If you speak to people, and Mr. Bahuguna and Mr. Siraj Sen both have been in the field. As a young civil servant in the 80s, I have seen how the entire technology which was developed in research labs in the state agricultural universities and ICR institutions was taken to the farmer through an extension machinery. An entire ecosystem was created. The primary agricultural cooperative societies for credit, for input supply, the Commission on Agriculture Cost and Prices for setting a certain price signal to the farmer, the entire procurement system, the PDS system to take the surplus from regions like North India to the South where, let's say, paddy was deficient. The lessons of that ecosystem suggest that you have to address agriculture in totality. You have to not just solve for the seed and the technology, but also the market. Today, when we talk to farmers and talk about the benefits, this morning I believe you heard our dear friend Yogesh Dwivedi, and I think some of you may find him a bit rough and a bit harsh. But if you go and see the kind of conditions that they are dealing with on the ground, I was there in Bundelkhand with them 2 months ago, where we have a small pilot of only 5,000 farmers on the responsible soya production. The challenge of convincing farmers to reduce the usage of certain inputs that they have been doing for the last decades without having a ready market solution for them. We are telling them, listen, once your product is ready, it is certified, we'll get you a buyer. There's still a promise. I still haven't succeeded in getting a buyer who's willing to pick up that product from the farm gate and pay even a 0.5% premium over the mandi price. Today, let's say the price of soybean in the Madhya Pradesh mandi is around 5,000 rupees a quintal. I've not been able to convince a single buyer, no names, but everyone knows who buys soybean. Can you pay him 25, 30 rupees more? This is certified with a certificate by a third party. This DOC commands a premium in the European market. But people say, no, for me, every soybean is the same because everybody is sitting in a buyer's market. So I'm saying, unless we start from the market end, just like we did in the Green Revolution era, we are not going to be able to convince any farmer of the need to adopt sustainability in agriculture. Because for him, then it's gyan that you and I can give him sitting in this nice hall, because we don't go back and depend on agriculture for our livelihood. The last situational survey in agriculture, published in 2021, tells you that even in a farming household, only 1/3 of the income is now coming from farming. Even in a so-called farming household, 2/3 of the income is from wage labor, employment, kirana shop, whatever it is. So I would say that the story on sustainability, as long as it is going to be confined to this narrow vision of looking at it from simply a technological solution, without understanding the larger economic and social crisis that farming is today facing, we are not likely to succeed. I'm going to stop here because I have very distinguished people to follow me, and we look forward to hearing Mr. Bahuguna. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now please welcome Shri Ashish Bahuguna, former Agriculture Secretary and Chairperson of SSSI. We eagerly anticipate his valuable perspective on agriculture and food safety. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I must first of all express at the very outset the fact that Siraj Hussain has painted me into a corner, and you're expecting far more from me than what I can give. He's always been very kind, and those of you who know him would attest to that fact. Whereas his knowledge and experience in agriculture is second to nobody. Pravesh, on the other hand, has actually, said more or less all there is to say on this. So I'm not sure, what I'll speak to you all about. What I was actually thinking in my mind is when we're talking about sustainability, what is it that we are actually meaning? Because there will be several dimensions to sustainability, but possibly the one that is in everybody's mind is to keep on producing what we are producing today, or maybe increase production and productivity while using lesser amount of resources, while at the same time ensuring that the income of the farmers is not affected. In fact, it should increase. That is what possibly people mean by sustainability when we use this term very, very easily, very loosely. And how do we go about that? Pravesh has talked about this rectangle or quadrangle of the four crises that are besetting the agriculture sector. But and like he pointed out very correctly, is that you cannot take you cannot adopt a tunnel vision to address each of these issues separately. What you need to do for agriculture is for the entire sector in its entirety. Because if you focus on just one aspect of it, you will end up harming other aspects as well. So this is and those of you who are actually practitioners on the ground would be knowing this better than any of us would. In fact, I did want to point out to FICCI that maybe it might have been more relevant if person who's not from the Sarkari, the bankers also I'm including in the Sarkari institutional framework, occupied the dais. That would have probably lent a richer perspective to this discussion. But irrespective of the kind of crises that are facing that the agriculture sector is facing today, we definitely need to concentrate on a few specific issues. One, of course, Pravesh did mention that we are still hanging on to the structures that were put in place at the time of the Green Revolution. The objectives at the time of the Green Revolution were very clear and very simple, and all the structures that he outlined, all the institutional arrangements that were set up, addressed those objectives very beautifully, and which is how we have arrived at a level where we are more or less self-sufficient in food grains production and everything. But that model is really not is neither sufficient nor even appropriate to address the challenges of sustainability, to address the challenges of even enhancement of farmers' incomes. So when we talk about sustainability, what are we trying to do? I mean, are we trying to look for sustainability within the existing system? and assuming that government will remain in a state of inertia, because unless something dramatic happens, government will remain in a state of inertia. It's too difficult for anybody, and it's too problematic politically, socially, to rock the boat. So the idea of letting things be, allowing business to carry on as usual, is always uppermost, will always remain uppermost in the mind of the government. So unless something happens dramatically, like in the 50s and 60s, when there were huge food shortages, and we had to we were a ship to mouth kind of economy, that probably was the last straw on the camel's back, that kind of forced us into taking the actions that we did at that time. So are we looking at the existing arrangements to address issues of sustainability? If we are, I mean, that's a fair enough hypothesis or thesis, because I mean, if government doesn't want to upset the present system, fair enough, work within that. But to do that, then what do you have to do? You really need to look at 2 or 3 things, like, for instance, better use of science and technology. Are we using science at all? Not only in respect of issues like GM and stuff, but even otherwise. What is the output or outcome of government investment in R&D in agriculture? As and to the best of my knowledge, most probably the R&D in agriculture, the private R&D in agriculture, has been coming down over the years, which is a matter of great concern. And the government R&D is focused, is dissipated over several areas. There's no focus point or anything. So there are whole issues relating to technology that need to be addressed. The other issue, which nobody is even talking about, unfortunately, is the one relating to institutions. In the Green Revolution, we created a whole lot of structures. Pravesh mentioned the CACP, the extension wing, the ICR developing the technology on the other side, and the whole picture was complete. We do not have any institution worth the name today. You have an institution in Hyderabad, which is just one of the, God knows, maybe the numbers would have increased, 130 odd institutions that the ICR runs, and also with the concomitant limitations and paucities of budget and so on and so forth. So there are no institution looking at issues relating to sustainability. Sustainability right now is just a box to check on a checklist. कि हाँ ये कर दिया, ये कर दिया, ये कर दिया, फार्मर को बता दिया सस्टेनेबिलिटी करना है. That's not how things are going to happen. And then lastly will be the processes of how to get the institutions to take the best practices from the technologies and pass them on to the farmers. And there again, our extension system is in extremely bad shape. It's worsening over time, non-existent in a large number of states. There are patches where the private sector is trying to do some work on extension, but that obviously has its own limitations. So all that is, in a sense, it's a non-starter. So I think we need somebody or something to push the government into take one giant leap into this whole sphere of addressing issues relating to sustainability. Like I said, use of science and technology in reducing the extent of inputs. Even today, I mean, despite all the burgeoning, the ballooning subsidies on fertilizers, the method of application of fertilizer in India today is still so rudimentary and has been for the past, God knows how, ever since we started using chemical fertilizers. And one reason, of course, is that is the subsidy regime. There is no incentive for farmers to take up better quality fertilizers if they're not subsidized. There's no real incentive for the fertilizer companies also to push better fertilizers out to the farmers. So it's you're caught in a vicious cycle there. Likewise on seeds, on pesticides, the issues relating to IPR, patient, and the whole atmosphere of chalta hai, that stealing or copyrights, patents is really not frowned upon at all. It's generally government chooses to look the other way because interests of farmers are involved. Ostensibly, all this is done on behalf of the farmers, and in the end, the farmers end up paying the most for all this. So this is something that probably need to be addressed in a holistic fashion. I'm not sure who will do it. I'm not even sure whether somebody has put up, I'll not mention, but somebody just outside while having coffee we are discussing, and somebody mentioned that the agriculture minister probably is not carrying as much weight as he ought to. To which my answer was probably, the agriculture ministry is also not carrying that much weight, and probably the government, in its wisdom, can take decisions without the benefit of advice from either the minister or the ministry. So because government knows a lot, and only thing is that the results or the outcome is not as per our requirement or needs. So again, Pravesh also mentioned one very important thing of people losing desire to continue in the agriculture sector. And this is also partly a reflection of the lack of general amenities in the rural areas. And all of us, while we may go out on holidays to the rural countryside and enjoy ourselves and say, what a lovely place and all, but none of us chose to stay back, because the absence of even the most rudimentary basic facilities is so abysmal that it'll be difficult for any person wanting to have a reasonably good quality of life to continue to stay on in the rural area. So that's one part of it. The second is that, like Pravesh was saying, agriculture doesn't need so many people. We have overemployment in the sector, and the people we do have are also underemployed, and the employment is more, there's a lot of drudgery in the employment. Despite all the advances in mechanization and everything, there's still a lot of drudgery in Indian agriculture, and probably drudgery remains because it makes economic sense also for the farmers, given the size of their holdings and so on and so forth, to continue the way they are, rather than looking at means to reduce their drudgeries. So to make things exciting for the farmers, and Pravesh did mention another thing of how farmers are disincentivized from producing quality goods. Another way of increasing farmers' income is not raising production, but it's by improving quality, right? And for that, you have to pay premium for quality. And unfortunately, the marketing system that we have today doesn't recognize difference in quality. So whereas that farmer producer organization in Bundelkhand may be producing very good and high quality and soybean, but the mandi gives them the same price. So where is the incentive for the farmers to produce good quality? So unless we have all these issues that are addressed together, why will any person choose to stay on in agriculture? There are lots of shibboleths of the past that need to be now done away with. Land ceilings. I mean, it's quite ridiculous to speak of land ceilings in India now. The average size of the land holding, I don't know what the latest situational assessment survey says, but it ought to be around about a hectare. 85% plus people are small, farmers are small and marginal. Even the largest landholder, the holdings are not of such a size so as to attract any kind of, that they are disturbing equity. Equity actually can be ensured more by improving the marketing infrastructure, giving quality, because the smaller holders can actually focus on producing quality products as long as they have the markets for that. As long as the markets have the grading and assaying facilities and so on and so forth, or maybe in respect of perishable products, cold stores and so on and so forth for that. So these issues need to be addressed if we are hoping to actually get younger people back into agriculture or interested in agriculture. Right now, the people who are in agriculture stay there because of they have no alternative, and so they continue the way they are doing, and they are really not very interested in doing anything else to improve their lot. And I can't say I really blame them, because there's really nothing that they can look forward to, because it's very difficult for single persons in isolated areas to make a difference. But there are, despite all this gloom, I think there are a few areas where the private sector can make a lot of contribution. Like for instance, in the I was saying that the small size of a holding in India and the sheer number of farmers make it difficult for any single farmer to invest in the land or in agriculture. Now, here is something that maybe the private sector can step into and have custom hiring, arrangements, not only for equipment, but also for maybe for pesticides, for fertilizer application, for all kinds of inputs. Also, the same kind of arrangements for buying back and getting it into the market. The industry maybe to look at the electronic markets more closely, especially the derivatives market, to hedge their risk, to curb volatility in prices. These are all things that can be done by the industry, which probably will go some distance, maybe, in improving the lot of the farmers. So otherwise, I think that we should be very scared, because the kind of society that we are leading up to, the disparities, because even now the non-agri income is several fold the agri income per capita in India, and the disparities between income of the rural areas and the urban areas within states and so on and so forth are so high that they are a very it's just waiting for a spark to ignite. And if there is social unrest on a major account because of this, I think some of these issues would be responsible. So it's high time maybe that the government and all of us actually wake up. speak more and more about this. Try and speak the truth to the powers that make the decisions, and hopefully all of us. I mean, I don't want to end on a despondent note, but maybe the small little efforts that all of us carry may help move the sleeping Goliath, that is government. So thank you all very much for hearing me, and let me congratulate the winners of the Sustainability Awards. Actually, the show was for them. Maybe we should have spoken more on that. More power to all of your elbows. More power to the companies that you are working for, and I think your contribution will go a long way towards and maybe proving yourself or putting yourself in a place where you can be an example for other companies will really be worth the effort put in by FICCI and for organizing these ceremonies. I believe this is the third year that this ceremony is organized, and it's a great attempt to recognizing leaders in the industry and the farming community who are working towards sustainability and efficiency and maybe increasing equity. So thank you all very much for listening to this.
Thank you, sir, for being part of the summit and sharing your thoughts to a brighter, more sustainable agriculture future. Moving on to release of FICCI Yes Bank Knowledge Report. Topic of the report is Sustainable Agriculture for Climate Action, Unveiling the Role of Carbon Markets. May I request all dignitaries and dais to release the FICCI Yes Bank Knowledge Report? Now, may I request Mr. Sanjay Vupuluri, National Head of FSR at Yes Bank Limited, who would be presenting insights on the knowledge report. Over to you.
This one. On behalf of Yes Bank, I extend a very warm welcome and hearty greetings to our distinguished guests present on the dais today. Siraj Hussain sir, Advisor FICCI and former Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and MOFPI, Government of India. Ramesh Sharma sir, here you have reviewed the report. Thank you for your inputs. Chairman, FICCI Task Force and Director Samunati. Ashish Babulna sir, I did meet you a long time back, but you were in the office at that time. And warm greetings to all the distinguished industry representatives, winners of the FICCI Sustainability Awards 2023, developmental organizations present here, academicians, farmer representatives. Wish you a very good evening. And I thank FICCI for choosing Yes Bank as knowledge partners for this prestigious national conference and awards program for the third consecutive year. Yes Bank is committed to work alongside stakeholders across the agriculture value chain to build knowledge, frameworks, and methodologies required to mainstream sustainability-oriented action in the Indian agricultural sector. As part of this commitment, it is a pleasure to have worked with the FICCI team and have developed this report titled Sustainable Agriculture for Climate Action, Unveiling the Role of Carbon Markets. This report explores the relationship between agriculture, climate change, and the potential role that carbon markets can play in promoting sustainable agriculture practices in Indian agricultural system. Allow me to take you briefly through the context and contents of this report. As we heard from different speakers today, climate change has become one of the most urgent global concerns, and India is amongst the most affected countries due to climate change. Estimates indicate that in 2021 alone, India suffered a loss of close to 6% of its GDP on account of heat waves and floods that may have been caused due to climate change. Projections indicate that climate change related events are estimated to cost India about $35 trillion US dollars over the next 50 years. That's close to 2,800 lakh crore rupees over the next 50 years. The negative impact of climate change is being felt across the agricultural sector as well. As we heard from Mr. Kesavan, FAO estimates that climate change could push an additional 122 million people into extreme poverty purely because of its impact on agriculture. In India, it is estimated that in 5-year period between 2016 and 2021, extreme weather events has caused damage to crops over 36 million hectares, and farmers lost close to 3.75 million US dollars. That's close to 30,000 crores in 5-year period. And as we heard, while agriculture is severely impacted by climate change, agriculture also contributes significantly to GHG emission. In fact, globally, agriculture is the second largest emitter of GHG gases. The chapter 1 of this report touches upon the impact of climate change on agriculture and reflects on the contribution that agriculture can make for mitigating GHG emissions. Agriculture sector has the potential to play a significant role in climate action, both through emission mitigation as well as carbon sequestration. However, these practices are associated with issues such as low yield, substantial increase in farm level workload, and lack of definitive economic rewards for farmers who adopt these practices. Carbon markets offer a promising avenue to provide economic incentives for farmers to adopt such sustainable farming practices. Chapter 2 of this report provides an in-depth examination of carbon markets, and this chapter also explains the diverse factors that influence carbon pricing and provides an overview of trends in the global and Indian carbon market. The third chapter establishes a crucial link between Indian agriculture and carbon markets, which is just developing now, and it explores the potential for carbon credit generation from various agricultural practices, and highlighting how farmers can contribute to carbon projects. Findings of a national study carried out by the International Maize and Wheat Research Institute, CIMET, and the University of Aberdeen suggest that the technical GHG emission mitigation potential of Indian agriculture sector is estimated to be about 85.5 megatons of CO2 equivalent per year. Assuming that each emission, this emission of 1 megaton mitigated would approximately yield 1 million carbon credits. We are talking about 85.5 million carbon credits and high quality carbon credits per year. And this is over and above the carbon credit generation potential that comes from carbon sequestration. The concluding chapter identifies specific recommendations aimed at creating an enabling environment for harnessing the economic value that carbon markets could potentially generate for Indian farmers. We sincerely hope that this knowledge report released today will serve as an idea generator, not only for linking Indian farmers to the evolving carbon markets, but also for addressing the unique and emerging sustainability challenges that the Indian agriculture sector is facing today. On behalf of Yes Bank, I once again thank FICCI for giving us this opportunity to knowledge partner for FICCI National Agriculture Sustainability Summit and Award Ceremony 2023. Yes Bank congratulates all the FICCI Agriculture Sustainability Awards winners and wish you all the very best in scaling up your initiatives to much greater heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I thank team of Yes Bank for partnering FICCI in the entire journey of last 3 editions. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all eagerly awaited has arrived. It's time for the grand ceremony where we acknowledge and celebrate the outstanding contribution to sustainable agriculture. The FICCI Sustainable Agriculture Awards have firmly established themselves as a distinguished platform, providing a spotlight for enterprises committed to enhancing farmer income and promoting sustainable agriculture practices. Building on the resounding success of the previous editions, we are excited to present the third edition of these prestigious awards. With these words, let us transition into the highlight of the event. May I now invite all the dignitaries present to join us in front of the stage below for the conferring of these esteemed awards. Yes, sir. Ma'am, if you would like to join us, Bhaskar sir. The third edition of FICCI Sustainable Agriculture Awards will be presented in 4 categories, namely Award for Sustainable Farmer Income Enhancement Program, Award for Farm Level Sustainability Initiatives while Sourcing, Award for Program on Natural Resource Management and Climate Resilient Agriculture, and initiatives on agri-based decarbonization. The first award category is the Award for Sustainable Farmer Income Enhancement Program, given to the outstanding programs that are contributing towards sustainable income enhancement of farmers through their innovative programs. Under mega corporates, Corteva Agri-Science India Private Limited has secured first position. May I request representatives from the government certificate? Corteva's mustard seed program delivers 10% higher yields and 20% more oil content than other seeds. Through initiatives like breeding programs, farmer training, and mobile testing facilities, Corteva empowers mustard farmers. May I request everyone to please clap and give a huge round of applause. Yara Fertilizers India Private Limited secured second position in mega corporates. May I request representatives to join us? Yara India's tailored crop plans optimize farmer practices through comprehensive soil health assessment, specific crop nutritional needs, and balanced nutrition strategies. Round of applause for everyone. Under large corporate, Dhanuka Agritech Limited secured first position. May I request representative from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate. Dhanuka's comprehensive crop advisory program has registered over 4 million farmers across 22 states, resulting in a significant 10% to 50% increase in their incomes. Lawrencedale Agro Processing India secured first position. May I request representative from the company kindly receive their trophy and certificate. Sustainable Agriculture Program under which they have secured first position. Rivalus Irrigation India Private Limited secured second position. May I request representative join us? Rivalus supports underprivileged communities through Jharkhand State Livelihood Program. ABT Natural Products Limited secured second position under this category. May I request representatives to join us? ABT Natural supports farmers with high yielding seeds in their Farmer First for Yield Improvement Program. Under Foundation Trust, Syngenta Foundation India secured first position. May I request representatives from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate. They won this award in SFI's Agri Entrepreneur Initiative. Axis Bank Foundation secured second position under this category. May I request representatives from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate. ABF in partnership with Harsha Trust enhances rural livelihoods in southern Odisha through agriculture interventions. Cohesion Foundation Trust secures special recognition from the jury. May I request representatives from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate. The project uplifts 1,500 tribal women by addressing issues like productivity. Now we are moving on the second award category, the award for farm level sustainability initiatives while sourcing. This award is to recognize organizations implementing sustainability initiatives at farm level. Under mega corporates, LDC India Private Limited secured first position. May I request representative from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate? They have won this award in coffee sustainability project. So you want to keep clapping, please. ADM Agro Industries India Private Limited secured second position in this. May I request representative from the company to come over? Shashwat Sheti Upkaran project focuses on supporting smallholder farmers in soil and water conservation for the company. Under large corporates, EID Parry India Limited secured first position. May I request representatives to come over? They won this position in sustainable sugar cultivation in EID Perry Mills. Olam Food Ingredients India Private Limited Spices Division secured second position. May I request representatives to join us on the stage? They won this award in OSSP project, OFI Sustainable Spices Program. Emerging corporates, Shrestha Natural Bioproducts Private Limited secured first position. May I request representatives to join us at the dais to receive their trophy and certificate? They won this award in Organic Farming Initiative, Shrestha Farm to Fork Traceability. McCormick Ingredients Private Limited secured second position. May I request representatives to come over? They have secured this position in Sustainable Backward Integration Program. Under allied sectors, Binster Farms Private Limited secured first position. They won this award in the Sustainable Agri and Dairy Program, which trains farmers to cultivate maize and baby corn. This award category is the Award for Program on Natural Resource Management and Climate Resilient Agriculture. This award acknowledges outstanding technologies, products, services promoting sustainable agriculture to address climate change impact. Under mega corporates, ITC Limited secured first position. May I request representatives from the company to kindly receive the trophy and certificate? Under large corporates, Tata Coffee Limited secured first position. May I request representatives to come over? They won this award in for their program Natural Resources and Biodiversity Conservation Program. Under emerging corporates, Ken Biosys Private Limited secured first position. Under emerging corporates, Ken Biosys Private Limited secured first position. May I request representatives to receive their trophy and certificate. Can Biosys address the issue of stubble burning with its innovative Inst2 rice straw incorporation technology, Speed Compost? The Foundation Trust, Dr. Reddy Foundation secured first position. They have secured this position for their showed secured special recognition. May I request representative from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate? The fourth award category is the Initiatives on Agri-Based Decarbonization. This award is to recognize programs that utilize agriculture practices and farming ecosystems for decarbonization. In this, under mega corporates, Godrej Agrovit Limited secured first position. May I request representatives from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate? They won this award for their sustainable agriculture land management project. Sincere apologies. For the award category Natural Resource Management, we have a special recognition for Shodh. May I request representatives to join us? Under large corporates, in the category of agri-based decarbonization, Sulphur Mills Limited secured first position. May I request representative from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate? Badla focuses on balanced soil nutrition through sustainable agriculture, employing SML's advanced technology. Under emerging corporates, Seedwork International Private Limited secured first position. May I request representative from the company to kindly receive their trophy and certificate? Focuses on optimizing resources across 6 smart pillars. Congratulations to all the winners. While the jury was able to select some companies for the awards, we are pleased to inform you that some organizations have been chosen to receive a certificate of appreciation recognition of their outstanding contributions to agriculture industry. These certificates acknowledge the company's commitment to agriculture sector and their dedication to sustainable development. So let's start with the first category. Okay. I'm inviting Cortiva representative from the organizations Cortiva AgriScience, Ulam Agri India Private Limited. This is under mega corporate. Then we have emerging corporate East West Seed India Private Limited and IFCO Kisan Suvidha. I request everyone to join us at the stage at this point of time. This is for the award for Sustainable Farmer Income Enhancement Program. In the second award for farm level sustainability initiative while sourcing, may I request from a representative from DCM Shriram Limited for Mitha Sona Prayojna and Seedworks International Private Limited. May I request representatives to join us on the stage. Then in the third award category for natural resource management and climate resilient agriculture, may I request Isha Agro Science Private Limited representatives to come and join us on the stage. And last, in the agri-based decarbonization, Bayer Crop Science Limited. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners. May I request everyone to keep clapping. Certificate of appreciation. May I request all the awardees to join us on the stage for a group picture. We have to make a group quite fast and try to stand as much. Please join us on the stage. All the awardees and the winners of appreciation certificates. Some of the people can come on the stage. Please stand in order, please. You can carry your trophies in your hand and certificates. Even in the front, we can make 2 rows. Please stand accordingly. May I request people who are standing in the corner can come in the mid in a second row. Make a second row, please. Awardees standing in the corner, please go in the middle. You can stand, make a second row. Please, you can go and make a second row, sir, in the front. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. May I now invite Ms. Sarita Kohli, Team Lead Agriculture Division, to give her vote of thanks.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all the participants, I, on behalf of FICCI, want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this momentous occasion. We are deeply honored by your participation in the 3rd Sustainable Agriculture Summit and Awards, which has brought together leading minds from across the globe to share their expertise. Our sincere appreciation extends to the esteemed jury for their guidance and helping us in this effort. May I request Siraj sir to present a plan to VV Sadamate sir? Sir, please. hearty congratulations to all the winners and the participants. Thank you once again for joining us today. I welcome you all for a dinner in the banquet hall, please.
If anyone wants to get their picture clicked, please, you can come in front and utilize the photographer. He will help you. Please join. You have to come in forward and you can get your picture clicked.